business.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Let's see, Tuesday, August 19th, 4:02 p.m. This meeting is audio-video recorded. Anything you say or share will be broadcast on the town's YouTube site. Please act accordingly. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
On the dual motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Regular members. Let's see, I want to make an announcement. The HDC receives comments from the public through email at hdcpubliccomment@nantucket-ma.gov, dash also known as a hyphen. Comments are due by 8 a.m. the Monday prior to the meeting, and we'll keep saying that so people are aware. We're going to have a commissioner discussion and/or vote on window samples. Are we ready for that, or do we want to deal with some signs first and consents?
Doesn't matter to me.
You know what? Why don't we address, why don't we take things out of order? Signs, do we have a motion to accept the sign committee's recommendations?
So moved.
On Abby's motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. No consents because it's an old business week. So now we're magically back at windows.
Okay.
What do we have?
Who's here with windows?
Matt?
We are Bob Leahy, exact place. We're here with the Nantucket director of the Window.
Guys, hold on. Hey, everyone, please. There happens to be a chair at the meeting. Why don't you come down, use the mic, state your name for the record.
Thank you, Bob
If you've got a
Leahy.
sample, you can bring it down to the front, and we'll go from there, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Leahy, we are here to show you our insulated glass true putty historic district type window sample. On the exterior, it's a 5/8 muntin with a beveled profile like an old putty window. And on the interior is a profiled muntin profile, which is something that you would see in an older home.
The HCC eats with its eyes. Why don't you bring that down? We'll take a look.
Let's do 25 Hossie because it's the first one up.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sorry. So,
This was easier than people going to different showrooms, so I called these people.
oh, here,
And I
no,
think Matt has one too.
that thing I was,
Pardon me?
it's a download.
Okay, we'll get them in another old business. Actually, guys, if you go the other way, they can pull around the front. We won't all have to turn around.
Yeah, but I already did this. I did this already. Yeah, so,
Thank you for bringing.
no. it's-
And thank you for the
same-
desk
same thing.
gymnastics.
I just went through those.
This is the exterior, and what we've done is we've simulated with a 5/8 inch wood muntin on the outside of the glass, a profile that would look like a true putty window. Okay, so you'll notice it's got the beveled profile. And this is a three-piece storm combo that we put on the outside. I know you're not here for that. We do have a glass panel that goes into it. Or also, so you can have a storm screen combo. With a window to make it look authentic, like a real wood storm window, not like a 1950s aluminum storm window.
Here, let's try something.
All right.
That's awesome.
I had a question, you just want the screen, and there was something over here that I just touched, and it came up.
The interior, we've got a lot of different interior muntin profiles, but this is what we found as being one of the more appealing ones that would kind of simulate an older window.
Yeah.
So they're all 5/8 inch. Nice thin profile. And then the meeting rail is 1 5/16 inches here. So you've got this nice thin profile like your antique windows. And,
It's great.
Thanks, Bob, and you're very adept at removing that screen from the inside. How often do you practice that?
oh, I'm good at it.
Very nice job.
I think it's great. Are all the screens copper?
There.
No.
Oh, keeps
So it's a bronze and it does
No,
turn.
no, it's the
but
same
yeah,
thing you
it'll
do.
turn like dark.
Too, and then I
This is
touched
just
some-
brand new out of the box, but it'll turn, and then we could do a typical nylon type of a match charcoal match also.
I like the look of the old copper, because so many of them look silver.
Are there options for the color of the spacer?
White and black.
It's like, this is black.
Yeah, so there's a varying, people do have different opinions on that, so yeah, so this is the white spacer, but white and black.
Bob, will you rotate it slowly, one rotation for everyone to get a chance to look at that with the white? Or you said, I'm sorry, this is the white or the black?
That's it.
The black,
This is a white spacer.
okay.
It's a white spacer. The black is the putty.
On both sides,
Black is the back of there's a black line, which is the back of the muntin.
right,
So that's an inside.
yeah.
Mickey Rowan has his hand raised.
Okay, Mickey, just hold a minute. Once we get through with the commission, we'll take questions from the public. Any comments or questions?
I appreciate this window. I think, for the most part, it's what we are looking for in terms of the old historic district. Unless it's right on.
Can't
the
hear you,
street,
Val.
Sometimes.
Turn your mic
They
on.
can't hear you.
Oh. I said I appreciate this window, especially in the OHD. It meets the criteria that I think we're looking for. Doesn't have the extra flange around it, and the profile of the muntins and the space in between is perfect, so that's my opinion.
Thanks, Val. Any other comments or questions for Bob in Norwood Windows?
Possible to pull out the storm screen.
Right.
Because typically when we have the insulated window, part of the selling point is that we don't have the sheet of glass in front of it that makes it.
Right.
This is just an add-on, yeah. Yeah, if you get it without it, or you want me to take it off now?
If it's hot, does it come out as easily as the screen?
No, I need a screwdriver with a special head on it.
So Bob, they are removable, they don't have to come with the unit, and both panels can be either screen or glass.
Correct. yeah.
Okay.
And if you want to see the actual, this without the screen on it, you can see it like there.
All right, and give that one twirl, would you, for the rest of the group?
Thank you.
One sec, Bob, will you give that another spin?
Yeah.
And Ray, and then Abby.
Yeah.
Is that a clad window?
It's all wood. Yeah.
And we love having choices.
Anything else?
Well, to Angus's point, like I don't love the inset storm panel. We don't really have any control over that, and I guess the truth of the matter is, like, if somebody wanted to put up a triple track storm, like, is it any worse than a triple track? And the answer is no. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
Yeah, I was just wondering, so you've added the trim around the window.
Yeah, so
Just
whatever,
as-
this is a typical 5/4 by 4, 8/4 by 4 head.
Right.
And then a extended, so, and you could specify whatever it was, if there was, like on Union Street, you know how you have those big 8/4 casings? Like we've done some of those there where we would apply, and they come already done from the factory, so.
I was just questioning the top piece, how it comes out from the back, but that's an option.
Yes,
to do
yeah.
that. Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, so where I am on this, I'll say this on the next window too. Well, I won't. I'll say it, no, so I don't have to say it on the next window too. HCC is not in the business of promoting any business over another business.
Right.
Obviously, we're here to get an idea of what options are available so that if someone comes in and they have a question or they are uncertain, we can say, you can utilize a historic traditional mutton profile such as Norwood's, whatever the model is. We would like to be able to say, I'm just throwing this out there, that you could also use the 8-quarter plank frame option that they have, not that particular window manufacturer, but if you want a reference to go look at it. Or you could use the Nantucket standard 5-quarter package. So if you guys had a mock-up in your showroom that had those two casing details, when I say frame for people at home eating popcorn, not everyone's in the business, and window casings and sills aren't what they think of. They think of a window frame. So that would be helpful information to have available to people if we were to refer them to a visual resource of what is acceptable. I'm not suggesting, we voted or anything on whether this is acceptable or not, but we will probably have that discussion after we look at the other window. And I also want to point out that this isn't a competition between two windows. We just happen to have a couple of different, actually there's 3 different potential windows, the types, treatments of muttons, treatments of SDL versus true divided light. And we just happen to have had these kind of come to coalesce at one point. So we decided to have at least 2 of the 3 come in today, and we'll pick up the next one on another slower old business night. Bob, I think we have a question for you from Mickey Rowland from the Historic Structures Advisory Group. Mickey?
Yeah, no, you actually mentioned it already, Stephen. I wasn't sure the manufacturer, but you mentioned Norwood, so I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, thanks a bunch. So Bob, we appreciate it. We know it's a field trip, but it's very helpful information. And are you taking that with, when are you headed out here?
Well, we can pick it up in the morning.
Okay, because what I'd like to do is we take a break usually around 5 or 5:30. And if it's possible without inconveniencing you or your folks, if we're in the back and we could actually take a closer look at it, we eat with our eyes, but we like to play around with things too. So it gives us an opportunity to do that. Okay, great. Thanks again.
Thank you.
So if he leaves it here, does he pick it up here?
Yeah, tomorrow it'll be, the building opens in the morning, pretty darn early. I almost said damn. And you can come in and grab it done.
Perfect.
Okay?
Thanks, you guys.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming.
Matt, we know you don't have wheels, but you did bring in the lecterns.
Yes.
So you have points already in the book for that.
Should get plaques put on these for
Aw.
And I just say from home that it would be great if everybody had their mic on because it was tricky to hear a few people. Thank you.
So hold on, everyone.
You should be here.
Hold on. Please turn on your mics if you talk.
You don't want me there.
Okay?
So,
Go ahead, Matt. You have the floor.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, this is just a window, this is for 14 silver, and this is the window we'd like to use. It's a Marvin. Again, we don't have any affiliations with any manufacturers per se. This is just a window that a client researched and found, and it has the traditional mutton profile. It is a wood window, and I'm not as versed in the different accoutrements that come with it. It's the same that Bob does, but basically this is what it looks like. So just wanted to show it to you in person.
Okay, great.
I can leave it here as well.
And that has, we're not certain, but we're fairly certain that that actually has a single wood panel insert for screen and
Looks like it.
a storm
Looks
panel.
like it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say fairly certain, I know it because we've ordered them before. Okay. Any questions for Matt on this?
No, I'll leave it back.
Perfect, that'd be awesome.
As long as the police department's good with us.
I think they'll be all right. Sometimes we leave a pizza box in here and no one sees mine.
That one does not have a spacer
Uh,
of the insulated glass
I don't
inside?
believe it.
But-
It's a single sheet of glass.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not,
It's
but
not
there's no-
insulated
There's no
glass.
visible spacer.
So this is a TDL version of the Marvin
Right.
with their historic profile ones.
can I ask, why are we actually looking at this then?
Well, it's actually, it's an STL technically, because it's a single sheet of glass.
Yeah, but you get into the issues when you have 2 layers of glass with the spacer bar between.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, there's no way to tell that that's not like individual panes of glass.
Exactly. So,
you know,
Technically.
that's a single, as far as I'm concerned, that's a SDL.
Well,
I
that
mean,
is,
a TDL.
that is a TDL, correct?
Well,
No.
not exactly.
It's one,
Oh, okay, they're double pane.
There's no spacer, which is what in my head signifies that it's an SDL. that
Exactly.
You've
Right.
got that
Right.
insulated piece in between.
Well, yes.
so this has to have a storm on it.
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, in the off.
Yeah. Or a screen in the
Inside.
season. Okay. Thank you, Matt. And that's for which,
14 silver.
gotcha.
That's my car.
Can you carry it back up here?
Okay, great.
Right arm.
Well, that concludes our sit-in-place field trip.
That was fun.
That was
really
nice.
fun.
Next, we go to Tuckernuck.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks again. We are on to Commissioner Q&A with Preservation Planner. Does anyone have any questions on the staff comments Holly provided on those applications in the Old Historic District that are highlighted?
Oh, I just had
Angus?
a question actually about 14 Silver and the comments about the mutton profile. What your thoughts were with the window that we just looked at?
After seeing it, it looks a lot better, through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, I mean, the whole reason why the revisions before you all tonight is because you all approved SDL as Boston Sash. But the owner obviously wants to go this route, and having that sample here, I think, is beneficial. This is a really old house, 1834, I believe it is, with the addition. Because of the window survey that we received with your approval of the addition, the survey indicated that many of the existing windows within the main structure itself were already replaced over time, vinyl clad, whereas the originals on the second floor were wood. I did notice in the survey that the mutton profile is very thin. So that would be my concern if that replication, because we're also going to 2/2s, not 6/6s. So that's just something to think about. And I don't know if that's something that the commission has seen the difference between the two, because sometimes when you have multiple muttons together, I think the mutton, multiple panes, the muttons kind of blend, if you will. Whereas when you have a larger sheet of glass, the muttons stand out. So that would just be something that I would recommend looking at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Anyone else? Anything CLG, Holly?
But yes, I do. But before I do that, I wanted to mention about 25 Hussey, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
And
sorry. Can I just add one more comment while we're having this discussion?
On the window?
Yes,
Yeah,
only
please.
because, and I'm telling you all something you know better than anybody, but the triple track storms look terrible. And if there's any way to, have the mutton profile express itself, that to me aesthetically is more successful. Now, the problem with that is that you're deviating from a true divided light window. So I know this is something that the board has considered for years, and I applaud you for, talking about it openly, but obviously that's one of the goals here is the energy efficiency component obviously is something that's important, but we care most about aesthetics in this arena. But if there was a way to have, to avoid triple track storms, it would be great.
Yep.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Hurrah on that. Holly, would you like to continue?
Thank
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would, on that note, I would agree with Matt. Being able to see them without the triple tracks is very important. When it comes to 25 Hussey, Joe actually reached out to me to confirm that, this structure that you all have been reviewing on is an individually significant historic structure from the, 1733 originally. But the L that some of the fenestration changes is being proposed on was actually done contemporary in 2012, I believe is what he had said. So with that, I wanted to just mention to the board that I don't have as much concerns on the fenestration changes on the main block where the L is, because of the L being contemporary. He's not doing it on that 300-plus-year-old section. So that would be my comment on that. As far as CLG goes, I do have minutes for the board's consideration. I received them last week from Abby DeLamina, who does them for the CLG, and I will be emailing them to you all, hopefully to have them on an agenda for you to adopt and approve.
Thanks, Holly.
And one other thing, CLG, you all saw my emails about NAPC's camp. If you were able to register, great. We had a discount on that because we're members. If you're not able to, because I understand it's during the day, they start tomorrow in the afternoon, you will receive the link on demand, as well as all the documentation and PDFs of the information that's being provided. And I think it's going to be a great education component that the commission could benefit from. So I hope you can at least sign up.
Thanks, Val.
Holly, do we need to sign up in order to get the link after for the on-demand?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
please.
That's important. Thanks.
Any other questions for Holly at this point? Okay. All right, we're going to move on now to, let's see, 11 Davis Street, old business of August 5th. The Matt and Robbie, 1 second. Your board is myself, Ray, Abby, Val, and Angus, and your alternates, should they be needed in the future, are Carrie and Connie. Robbie?
I'm trying to catch a 5:30 boat, and Matthew is gracious enough to let me skip the line, if I may.
Okay, what about Joe Paul?
She's hussy.
Joe, are you okay with Robbie jumping up for Forwood Hollow, given he's got a boat to catch?
Absolutely, no problem.
Thank you,
Okay,
Joe.
thank you, appreciate that. Robbie, with that said, we are now shifting gears rapidly to Forwood Hollow Road.
16 Walsh.
Oh, 16 Walsh, I'm sorry. You are Forwood Hollow Road though, too, aren't you?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Which one are we doing
16
first, Walsh?
It is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe, and your alternates are Carrie, Connie, and Val. Go ahead.
Okay, so we just reviewed this last week, or perhaps the week before. And if you recall, it's we're trying to reconfigure an existing building on a property that's being subdivided. We have to carve off 400 square feet of existing space to make it zoning compliant. Of course, we're a little bit constrained with reconfiguring and repurposing the useful parts of the existing structure and fitting it within the setback boundaries. So the major concern, last review, was the proximity to Walsh Street, and I was asked if it was possible to get some one-story feature to at least a part of that. I was able to rotate it a little bit, steal some square footage from someplace else, and I was able to put a one-story form, which I think helps add elevation quite a bit. As the board suggested, I think that was a great suggestion.
Elevations?
And East Lincoln side, I added a couple of windows. There was some blank wall in the existing fenestration, so I added a little glazing there that took away some of that area of shingle. So-
Robbie, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think it's necessary. Would you help Fiona, just so she knows what page she should be going to while you're,
Yeah, if she keeps scrolling down, she should come to the elevations.
yeah?
Yeah.
Just kindly help direct staff so they know what.
There should be a better PDF that was included than this. However, this one's a little bit sketchy. It's the, I don't know why the reproduction's so poor. It was resent and it was much clearer. However, it's the top elevation is the Walt Street side, and the one-story addition is on the left gable portion of this. The East Lincoln is the lower elevation. You can make out from the rough reproduction that the windows were added. The existing elevations are the smaller representation on the right of each elevation.
Oh, I have no idea.
Go ahead, Ryan.
That's essentially it. Holly, didn't the better drawings come through?
Mr. Chair, through you, yes, we did receive them. Unfortunately, they just didn't get swapped out and put on the website, so
I got it.
sorry about
Okay.
that.
Okay.
I did want to mention, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, this is a 1960s, 1970s structure. It's had some changes over time, but predominantly it is a contributing resource that's being relocated on site. And the proposed elevation increase is 4 feet. With our Resilient Nantucket design guidelines, we do need not only do we have the elevation certificate that's been submitted as well as the ferment, so thank you, Robbie, but we do need a historic determination in order for him to be less than what FEMA requires. So,
Gotcha.
thank you.
Thanks, Ally. So Robbie, just to be sure I understand, what you're proposing is the larger image here on the left versus what was
Yep,
proposed?
yep, exactly.
But I don't see the prior proposed.
It got resent. Apparently it wasn't brought into this packet.
And just again, for purposes of clarity and given the confusion with the documents, the proposed is dated August 6th or later?
It's the one on the right. It's August, I don't know which, it's probably the 15th.
Okay, because this is dated August 6th.
Yeah, this is the newest one. These are, yes, Fiona, could you scroll back up? Because those were the two elevations in question last week. And we need the Walt Street side and the East Lincoln side. Yeah, this is the Wall Street side. All right. And the East Lincoln side is on the bottom.
Okay. Okay, with that said, any questions for Robbie? No. Mickey, you guys got any questions?
Just a little bit. So this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, and Marcia Fader. So the Robbie mentioned that it was angled a little bit to get it further away from the road. I'm not seeing that on the site plan. It still looks parallel and very much right at the 5-foot setback on Walsh Street. So that's still a concern for us, the proximity, because it's going to be closer than most of the other houses on Walsh. You know, if this were able to be pulled away from Walsh, the additive mass that he's put on, which is really only a couple feet deep, got a very steep roof pitch on it. It helps, but it would, if it was, the whole building was pulled away from Walsh a little further, that element could be enlarged, maybe several feet deep, which would be more significant. And then also the pediment added over the front door, it's a little unusual. It's got a steeper pitch than I would expect for a front door pediment. And it just feels sort of not typical. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Who'd like to begin? Concerns, please. Joe's not on it.
I could go.
Joe, go ahead, please.
Sure. Yeah, I was questioning the site plan just as Mickey described, but I appreciate the changes, and I think my only suggestion would be if you could get a buffer from Walsh as Mickey described, that would be great. And I don't think that the pedimented roof is helping, but appreciate the entry door with the side lights. I think that starts to give this house a front, and appreciate that you're saving the structure. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Abby?
Thank you. Yeah, I think the way on the sighting, the way it's cited on the site, it just seems like it's been squeezed in there. I wonder, I'm not sure it's working with the East Lincoln, because it's a corner, so it's a prominent place, and I'm just not sure it's working as the front door on East Lincoln being askew to the street. That's kind of bothering me. I also think, just besides that, the massing to the right of the front door on East Lincoln has a bit of too much of a rocket ship going on to me, and in the way it's sort of, if we could go to that elevation, I could describe it better. The way it's coming off that other gable, I think is odd. The front elevation where you see the little gabled roof over the front door, that massing to the right being a part of that central gable, it looks odd to me. And that massing has a sort of a rocket ship going on. So that, I don't think that's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Angus?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. In general, the house, it was fairly tall to begin with. I appreciate the reuse of it, but the lower step-down portions feels like have been reduced or removed, and it's gotten closer to the lot line. So the concern still is the two-story sections and how this whole face is so close to Walsh Street. And what sort of broke this down and brought the elevation down before this, that element, has been taken away. And so you see a full story, 2 stories there plus the gable. So I'm not sure that it's really addressing the concerns that we had at the last meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Thanks. I agree with Joe, who agrees with Mickey. I think there are two things. One being, I wish I was able to take a piece of tracing paper and see how this could square up to East Lincoln, because it looks like with it cutting back of the front porch somewhat, that you would be able to rotate it more so it's getting away from Walsh. That's A. And B is a very simple one, which is that pediment over the front door needs to take a hike, in the words of our beloved John McLaughlin. Thank you.
Okay, so I agree with Ray, agrees with Mickey and Joe, and I agree with Abby and Angus with these two with respect to the overall size and mass. While I appreciate the structures being retained, the proposal is essentially going to be to double the density on this lot. I just think it's inappropriate for the area. Those are my comments. It sounds like, what are we going to do, folks?
Well, I'd move for some revisions.
I think so.
Yeah.
On your motion?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Robbie, we're going to move on now to Forwood Hollow. Yeah?
Okay, yeah, good to go.
Yeah.
So Linda brought up a bunch of concerns from the neighborhood, which was very much appreciated, her extra input. So to address most of the concerns that were brought up, I lowered the main eave height by over 2 feet by adding dormers to the front. I lowered the overall height of the structure by a foot to just over 28 feet. I removed several of the windows across the front. Linda was concerned about the amount of glazing towards the street. In the rear of the building, I removed the second level porch, which removed the circle window. Whether it was visible from Wisconsin Road or not, I don't think that it was. But at any rate, we removed that. And I reduced the width of the building by a foot, which helped also to bring down the height. I made up the difference in the ceiling heights on the inside by increasing the pitch of the roof from 8 to 10. So those were the modifications that I made. And there should be a drawing that shows the previous rendition compared to this. Would be that. And this was also resent with a clear PDF reproduction, and apparently that didn't get transferred here for tonight, so I apologize for that.
The quality of this is just beyond.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, it's
It's
weird.
really
No,
not
it was
acceptable.
sent the wrong way and it was resent, but we missed it.
If this was produce at the Stop and Shop, would it be rejected? Bad radish. Okay, thankfully radishes don't go bad too quickly. Okay, questions for Robbie on this?
Neighbors?
Linda, you're here to speak on this, I presume?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any abutters with their hands up online? Okay.
No, I've got 'em.
Linda?
Representing 6 and 8 Wood Hollow. 6 is a direct abutter. We appreciate the changes. There were just some things that made it kind of difficult because the quality of the scan was kind of difficult to tell how tall it was. Some of the dimensions are missing. I think Rob said he reduced the length by a foot or so. It's still 69 feet long, and there's no additive mass as far as a one-story element. The only thing that really should probably happen to help the design is if you ran that porch, instead of hipping, if you ran that porch across, around the corner and across that other element, that would bring it down even further. But the left-hand element on the, where nobody's having any problem with that one-story ranch going. It was one of the first ones built there in the late 70s, early
you go.
80s. All the ones around it were built in the 80s. It's one of the
you,
older
Fiona.
sections over there.
Thanks,
It's that
Fiona.
left-hand piece without any one-story elements on it. But the hip roof, it'd be better if it was a regular porch, because it doesn't really work to the rest of it. It ramp around, and that left-hand piece is the biggest sticking point for everybody out there. It almost looks like two different structures, but we couldn't tell some of the dimensions because they're just simply not on there. The white on white was another concern, because most of them out there are not white on white, which is going to even accentuate some of the issues. You can't see the back of this house from Milestone Road, so nobody was really concerned about the back. I mean, it's obviously has a lot of fenestration, ganged units in the back. But, and the front door was a concern. It's glass and side lights, and normally it's not glass and side lights. One of the comments made by one of the neighbors that it looked like two separate condos, but I think if you integrated the porch, I think that would solve that problem. Overall, it's a light years ahead of where it was from the road. And as I say, it's very difficult to see the sides of it, but this is unfortunately a wide open lot with no screening. So you may be able to see the sides, and the north and south or east and west, if you want to go to the next page, may be visible. The rear is not. That one elevation on the lower part may be visible, but I think it's set back enough that it may not be. But this is all wide open with no screening at all to hide any of the elements. But we would appreciate it if it wasn't the only one in that area like that was white on white, because that would actually exacerbate it. Nobody had a concern about the cabana and the pool. But there is some, difficulty reading it because some of the pitches aren't there, height wasn't there that we could read, and the length wasn't on there that we could read just because of how it's scanned in. But we've had this scanning in with a couple of other people, not just Rob. So it's just weird.
Anything else, Linda?
No,
Okay,
I think just some tweaks could make it better.
okay.
Or in a
thank you.
mud sill might help the height also, Rob.
Thank you. So your board again is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe. Is that correct?
I'm on it.
Myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Connie. I knew something was off there. All right, concerns?
I could
Abby?
start. I think, I appreciate the changes. But I think one of the problems is you're starting with a height of 29.2 and then telescoping down or sort of doing your additive mass from there. I think if that was reduced, maybe everything after that might fall into place a little bit better. But maybe that is the problem, that you're starting with such a high height. Otherwise, I appreciate the changes. Thank you.
Thanks. Ray?
Let me make sure of something. Is it 29.2, or did you drop it down to?
I dropped it a foot. and I can easily drop it. I went to a 10 pitch. I went from an 8 to a 10 pitch because I lost the headroom on the inside. So I could drop that a little bit again and even get it down between 27 and 28 without any problem.
Okay.
And I certainly can add.
But at the moment, the drawings we're looking at are 28.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I actually liked Linda's suggestion to take that farmer's porch that's, enclosed within the main mass right now and connect it up with the porch on the side. I think that would ground this building more. Right now, it feels like three very distinct pieces, and I think that having that porch unite, the two separate porches unite around the corner would integrate the whole thing as a composition. But other than that, I'm fine. I'm not a huge fan of the white paint, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of precedent for white out there.
Not in that neighborhood.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Let's see, Abby?
Well, okay, I'll add something because I think it went first. But I think it is that left-hand mass that suddenly has a gable coming forward that's throwing off a little bit of this. I don't know why that couldn't be also an eave forward, so.
Thanks, Connie.
I guess I have a question why there's two doors on the front of the house?
Well, that form is set back, so that's a secondary entry.
Okay. And you removed the chimneys?
I did.
Okay. And, yeah, I guess I'm okay with it. There does seem to be a lot of ganged windows, though. Maybe the back is not visible, but there is a lot of glazing. So I guess I'm a little bit concerned about that.
The back faces, I guess they call it Tom Never Swamp or something, and it's not, it's very, it's not visible, I don't believe, from the neighbors or from Milestone Road. And as far as the landscaping goes, everybody agrees that it's open. Nobody's done any landscaping. They want to landscape the front, not only to screen for privacy, but to screen for the pool that's proposed as well.
Robbie, I'm gonna hold you there
Okay.
because I want to continue with back and forth.
Thank you.
Anything else, Connie?
Yeah, just again on the south, too, with the ganged windows, but.
Okay, thank you. Angus?
So I agree about the porch roof continuing. If we could come back to the west elevation, just, oh yeah. So I think that really to be effective, to bring down this story and a half, is to actually bring this roof across and have it hip here and come across and do a little bend and come across, so that it really is across the main mass. This isn't bothering me as much because it's set back further. But those are my concerns, and I share the concern about the glass, the glass door and the glass sidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I think that leaves me. Yeah, tie a bow on it with the covered porch, get those masses tied together a little bit better. A little bit of concern about the fenestration, but I do understand there's gonna be a landscape package with this. And to the extent there's gang windows visible primarily on the rear, I'd want to see some separation. White, I don't think it necessarily helps. Maybe you can come up with a Tom Nevers gray,
Let's go to a gray.
something that's like a light gray.
It's fine.
And I don't know, I'm not feeling an Exhibit A here, but maybe I'm misreading the group.
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, so some minor revisions.
Yeah.
Oh, quick question, Robbie. You mentioned height, bringing the height down. I presume that's not coming out of the ceiling height. So what are you talking roof pitches?
This is 10 in the front, the main
No,
mass.
when you reduce the height, if you reduce it further.
Well, we're at 28 feet now. I just soon keep it at 28 feet
Okay,
with an even.
hold on a second. I thought you mentioned earlier when Ray was speaking that you could come down more.
I could.
And what are we talking about in your mind with respect to the roof pitches in that scenario?
6 inches, not
You
much.
do much,
No,
so-
okay, so here we
You're
are.
talking to a 9, or you're talking going to an 8?
I'd go
What are you-
between 9 and 10, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking 9.5-ish, not
All right.
much more. Okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to get an idea. Okay, so we have a motion to hold for revisions. All in favor, say aye.
Can I second for discussion?
Sure.
I meant to mention it, in the color, it says for the trim that it's natural to weather cedar. So is the white, are we just talking about the sash?
No, the whole thing was white on the application.
Linda, hold on, please. Robbie?
Well, let's see what Fiona says. I believe on the color schedule, I had it noted as natural cedar. However, I have it written in as white, which we
Yeah.
could actually change with no problem.
Say natural cedar
The natural cedar
Okay.
with white sash.
And
with white sash. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's where that's where Robbie is heading in terms of the proposal.
the other thing was this, that I saw a dimension that said floor to floor 10 feet. So that seems like a place that height could be taken out of.
Yeah. Okay. So, Angus, are you suggesting height not come out of the roof pitch and come out of the structure?
It might end up looking better, but
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
just
we are
food
the
for
authority
thought.
having jurisdiction. We need to be clear about what we're requesting. Okay, anything else, Angus?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On the motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried unanimous. Okay, are we holding the cabana and the pool, the track?
Yes.
You good with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thanks for
Catch a
everything.
vote.
Yeah, I'm going. Bye.
All right, now we're back to 11 Davis.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty pictures. Thanks, Matt.
Oh, I see. This is an as-built house.
Hasn't even started yet.
Photoshop is so good.
It is, isn't it?
Well, there's some new AI tools that are pretty wild. They're still pretty glitchy, but, okay, so I would like to share.
Yes, please.
I think I need to be, oh, there we go.
Well, that's what he's here for.
Yeah, no, I mean, out of town.
Well, he's out of town, all right.
And I also think it's appropriate, however atypical. Matt, when you're ready, I know you're rushing through.
I'm trying to get set up here. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. So this, I think the final thing that we've been focused on is just the railing detail. And so this is in Cisco. We had these renderings done. We held it for the last meeting because I think these renderings would be helpful just so you can see the overall color scheme, the architectural style and detailing of the structure. One of the reasons we've been trying to get away from the vertical balusters is to be somewhat less formal. The original submission had these horizontal members that they were wood, but they were so thin they were kind of reading more like cable, which was never our intention. But because of that feedback, what we've done is gone with like a 2 3/4 square solid mahogany painted horizontal rail. And so we've provided these renderings just to show you what it would look like. And so with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Matt. It's myself, Ray, Abby, Val, and Angus. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Val?
I went out there and right before this, you think you did the house, is got a detail similar with the pieces of the shingle and the balusters.
One wall.
That does look nice, yeah. I appreciate the change, thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Angus?
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Does anyone have any concerns?
Nope.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Well, hold on a second,
Oh,
Abby.
sorry.
I just want to know what does the top of the chimney look like? What is that detail?
We're only here for the baluster.
Oh, we are? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might have been the submission, the two-dimensional drawings that were submitted would be what would be approved. And it's, I think that rendering shows a bit of a deviation from that, so that's not reflective of what we're doing.
Good enough. Matt, the railing detail is atypical, but for out of town, I believe it's appropriate. And it's actually kind of a nice upgrade to that area. And I know you're busy with important chimney stuff, but what do we want to do, folks?
I'll remake my motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Now we are on to
25
Hudson.
25 Hudson. Joe?
Yeah, that's me.
Great. And
I can drive if that's okay.
Yeah, that's perfect, thank you.
I mean, I don't know how much discussion there'll be, but
Please go ahead, Joe.
sure. So I just thought, since Holly mentioned this, this is the set of drawings, permit drawings from 2012 for the rear L, which was reconstructed from foundation, first floor framing, second, there's a section through it. So that entire rear L of the house is 13 years old. So just to go back to our presentation, one thing if this would help convey peace of mind, is to make it obviously clear that we are not touching any of the existing trim or fenestration on the main mass, and we're just talking about some reordering of fenestration on the rear L. And then I think we all remember the conversation about the I don't know what you want to call it, the sunroom that's tucked in here. And then it was on the view list. So I don't really have anything to add other than if this glass roof that we had proposed needed to go to copper, then we'd be okay with that. But my client would prefer it if it were an all glass structure. And that's it.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
I have one.
Go ahead.
Hey,
Val.
Joe, so the drawings that we're looking at, is that proposed in this drawing as copper, or could be either way, glass or other?
Yeah, we did not adjust the drawing. It would actually probably read exactly the same if it were
Okay,
one material or the other.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If there aren't any other questions, I've got one, and that is on the north face, if we could, so in this, maybe blow it up a little bit, just the two bottom pictures.
Here, Angus?
Oh, thank you. Are you doing it? Okay. So, if the existing, well, there's a shot that has the existing and the proposed next to each other.
Sure.
Yeah, that.
Let me slide that up. Is that? Oops, that's too much. How is that?
Thanks, Joe. So the question is, you were talking about not changing anything on the original block of the house, but where your cursor was just there are two windows that are turning into a large opening. So the wall and windows would go away. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Would the windows, are they slated to be repurposed for another place that you need 12/12s to match other 12/12s?
I actually had not thought through that. I'm just going to see if there's a spot. They could be. This is the most visible elevation. They could potentially be repurposed in that elevation. Yes.
Thank you, Joe. Okay. Well, I'll move on to, I trust everyone's read Holly's comments, so I'll move on to Mickey. Do you
Thank
have
you.
comments?
Yeah, brief ones. So Joe, if you could go back to that north elevation just to zoom in on the proposed north.
Oh, sure.
So our concerns were mostly to do with the detailing of the fenestration on that, and it's it's got one big long transom window above the doors. And the doors are sliding doors. The panes and just the detailing of not just the doors, but even the trim on the corners and everything. It just doesn't feel, it feels like it could be a little bit more traditional or classical. And the lights on the transom versus the lights on the doors themselves, they sort of conflict horizontally, vertically. So, I guess that was a focus of our concerns, is just the detailing of how that's being presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Commissioners, who would like to begin?
I can.
Thanks, Ray. Go ahead.
Although I appreciate the comments that Mickey made on the interior corner of this, we'll call it the greenhouse for now. Although I agree with a lot of what he said, I really seriously question the visibility of any of that. And I was happy to hear that, everything that's being reworked, aside from the windows that you pointed out, Angus, which I'll get to in a moment, is happening on the new portion of the building. And it seems that the 12/12s that you did point out as being in the old building could easily be repurposed on the east elevation, if I understood that correctly. So I'm okay with this submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Angus, I just, if you don't mind me saying, I do agree with what Mickey said regarding the alignment of the muntins, and I think we would probably, instead of having a continuous transom, we would have 4 transoms divided directly above the door panels below. And I even though it's not visible, I think it would be a prettier look. So I just wanted to mention that before the other members spoke.
Thank you for that, Joe. Who is next?
I think Val won.
I'll go.
Val, go ahead.
I did go and view, and I really don't think you're gonna see this at all. There are conservatories in town, one on Union Street and one right past the bank at the head of Main Street. So it's not an unusual item. I think based on the lack of visibility and Joe's agreeing to make the transoms align with the doors below and I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Who would like to go next?
Who else is on?
I can go.
Connie, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm okay with this also. One, due to lack of visibility and to Joe's new concessions. And I am okay with the glass roof. Thank you.
Thank you. And Abby?
So I think the sliding doors are a bit too modern, and I guess you will get a very small view of it from Crown Court. But I like the concept of a conservatory, and I would even go as far as to make something out of iron and glass, or iron and a copper roof, or a stick built with more classical detail, just to make it feel a little bit more historic. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. So I think that just leaves me. So my concerns. So I think that there is, if you go to the site plan, I think there is just this tiny wedge. If you draw a line from the corner where this sort of scoops out up at Crown Court and scoots by there's like this corner that you see. So you would see some detail. I mean, if you were really looking for it, it's not like something you're going to drive by and see, but I do believe that it will be visible. And so to that point, appreciate any sort of details that could make it look more classical. It is a conservatory-looking, glass box, and therefore, I'm kind of indifferent about whether it's got an opaque roof or glass. But I think that the corner detail, I'm torn about that because it would mean more glass possibly, but just something that would be more classical looking. I couldn't tell you exactly what, but I appreciate the transom, but I feel like you're only going to see that right side, that one right side transom. But some sort of detail change with the corner, I think would be helpful. And I appreciate the height staying below the eave, and the offer to move the 12/12s to maybe the closest ones to Hussey Street on the east elevation. Do I have a motion?
I could try one.
Yeah, me too.
Go ahead, Ray.
My motion would be to approve as submitted, utilizing the existing old 12/12s that are currently on the north elevation to be repurposed on the east elevation as the closest that we can get to Hussey Street. That's my motion.
Thank you, Ray. On your motion, I think we're all here, actually. So all in favor of Ray's motion?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Well, I'm opposed, because I wanted changes to the doors not being sliding, so I don't think you mentioned anything like that.
I did not.
No, okay, thank you.
So the record will be Abby abstaining and the rest are in favor. Is that good for you, Kathy?
She's opposing.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
And so we'll move on to 14 Silver Street.
Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead,
Chair.
Matt.
All right, so I think we were just here for the window manufacturer or window type clarification, and so we showed you that window sample earlier. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
I don't think I need to share, or if you want to. Or
Does
not.
does anyone need to see it back up on the screen, or is it all in everybody's head? And the sitting member, the board will be Paul, Oliver, Camp, Thornwell, and the alternates are Connie and Joe. So there'll just be 5 of us.
I can bring the sample
So,
back down if helpful.
We'll take Joe for this one.
Picture of it. But it's live too.
Mr.
Oh,
Chair?
excuse me.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
it's set. It's Paul, Oliver, Camp,
Right.
Thornwell, and me.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ray.
I have a question. Okay, so the window that Matt brought up to the table, is that the window? Are we proposing, so it's not an insulated glass unit,
Correct,
a single glazed unit?
correct.
So what are we debating here?
I think just because it's technically not a true divided light. I know it's a
The
technicality.
only way that, now honestly, the only way that anyone would ever be able to tell that is by smashing the sash. It's the only way. But for the outward appearance of that window, that is a single glazed window.
Yes.
So I don't think there's a huge discussing point here. That's my own personal view. Thank you.
Does anyone have any concerns?
No, motion to approve is submitted.
On Val's motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Matt.
All right, Val, you're up, 54R Union.
The screen. How do I share it?
So you just go on and share it yourself.
Talk me through it.
You're already available, so we should be able to share it.
I don't know. It's this one.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
On the
It's driving me
Zoom?
nuts.
Oh, okay. I don't do it a lot, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't have that. Oh. Oh, okay. Hold on.
Val, you're taking too much time.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Ding, over.
gonna have to practice at home.
Where's the hook?
Yeah, the hook.
It's not a great system.
Okay, why don't you kindly direct Fiona through your presentation?
That's the hard part. That's why it's hard.
Go ahead, you can do it.
I don't know what number we're on here.
Round 4.
I'll come up and do that, because I can't align it with. Sorry. Okay.
Breathe, it's okay. No sense getting stressed out about it.
Okay, first of all, the first thing I want to point out is the distance back from the road that this is, and you asked us to sort of put in a driveway configuration, which you did on this. You know what it is? It's the mouse. It's like kind of funky. Oh. Yeah, okay. I went around and I took photos from all of the vistas that you may see it from. One is the Salt Marsh parking lot, and hopefully you took the time to look at the photos and see what you can see from there. I also went to 56 Union, well, formerly 56 Union's parking lot, which is probably where it's the most visible. We added a porch overhang over the front door, which when you look down the driveway is what you'll see. So that sort of breaks up the wall plane there. And we integrated the deck into a roof system where it was just hanging off the side before. And we changed the doors on the west to 12 light with a kick panel. I personally don't think you'll see anything on the first floor. So those were your main concerns. I also have pictures of different vistas from up above, but I don't have those on the thing I sent in, so I can't show those to you. But I'd like to point out that the building behind this, which is also part of this lot, because one person bought the whole thing, is a big 2.5-story, so from Washington Street Extension, that is mitigating any visibility there, coming around the corner. Is it Francis Street? Yeah, there's a tree, big tree, and the house on the corner. And so your main visibility is a shot down the driveway, looking at the front south. And those are the changes.
Thank you, Val. Okay, your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Carrie. And does anyone have any questions for Val? Mickey, do you guys have anything?
Yeah, so our the changes are good. The porch roof is good. However, that was really our focus, was on that front porch roof. It's kind of it's a small structure. I think that a building such as this, sort of a bungalow type building, if the porch could be enlarged, and when you look at the site plan, it seems like there's plenty of room to expand the size of the porch away from the building to make it deeper, and also to the left, which would incorporate the window to the left of the door. That would give it a little symmetry around the door. So provide deeper, wider, possibly even a hipped roof on the porch, with actual porch posts. And that was really it. Thank you.
Thanks. Would like to begin. Concerns only.
I'll go.
Carrie.
I appreciate you putting that second floor deck in a roof system. I think that is more in keeping with this style of building. I think Mickey's point is a good one. I think this does feel a bit applied, but I think if you did as he suggested and maybe even hip it, so it really sort of reads well with the existing hip roof, I think that could be a net positive. Thanks.
Thanks. Abby?
I agree with that. I think that would really tie the porch in with the roof system if it was a hip. Are we talking about the driveway now or just architecture?
may.
Well, the only thing I have about the driveway is that it seems, I don't know how to do this because it's such a tight site, but it's too bad the cars will be parked right in front of this building that you've beautifully designed. If anybody has an idea about that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Angus?
I have a concern about the parking, but also I appreciate the addition of that triangle to help screen the porch. But in the last meeting, as many times as I've gone by this building before, there was only the hip that was exposed to the house that's on the street in front of this. So I couldn't really tell until I went back there after the meeting to see that it really is just one story with a dormer in it. So even though these are two different owners, no one looking at the houses are going to know that because they're, they read so closely together. And in that, it's one story. So to have the smaller secondary structure, what's reading as that to be 2 stories, I think is out of scale with where it is and what it is. I think that the porch could help pull that off, but it would be the kind of wraparound porch from the right all the way to where the deck porch is, so that there really wouldn't be a single area that is 2 stories high. And Abby's point, there might be a possibility to do parking off to the side that's double deep, single wide, rather than doing cars side by side in front of the house. That's all. Thank you. Oh, and the other thing is about the eave. We had talked about bringing the eave down to match the detail that's in the main house, where it comes down and pretty much obstructs, whether it's just how much it projects, but it comes down, looks like it's at the window head casing. And I still am seeing a breeze board there.
May I rebut?
Val, briefly, yeah.
I did bring the eave line down. I brought the building down a foot. It may not match exactly the house in front, but it is butted up to the freeze board. I could bring the porch roof over maybe to the window on the other side of the door, but until we iron out the parking, which is not a part of this, I just did that to show you guys why I didn't want to commit to a porch that wraps around the building. This has a very, very, very tight little yard, which is virtually non-existent. So we'd like to try and keep some of that lawn. They have a little kid. And we're just trying to accommodate a couple cars and be able to turn around and pull out instead of backing out onto Union Street, which you know is a bit of a challenge. So,
Good?
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
I went.
Okay, good. Even better.
So glad I'm so memorable.
No, I heard you agreed. So Val, I'm not adverse to changing that over to a hip. This is, the distance this is from the street, I think this is just gonna blend. My primary concern was the height of the structure. You've taken a foot out of it. Not thrilled with the freeze. It is not atypical for this type of a structure, this period, this design. Can we go to the rear elevation? My primary concern is the 12 light panel. I think that should go to four light over the kick panels. It'll jive with the windows.
That's fine.
Better proportion. The doors will look, they won't look as complicated. It's just gonna blend better. And what are the colors?
White trim and white
Is the
windows.
is the structure in front of it, it's natural to weather or like a dark gray?
I think
Is it
it's
white?
white, and this building itself right now is white. We're proposing just to stay in the same color scheme. I just have a question for you guys about the hip in the front. I don't want to eliminate a window,
Is it, or what is it?
and it would have to be a hip of a different pitch.
Can we go to the front elevation, please?
For what it's worth on this, I'm fine with the shed roof, but
Yeah. Well, I think I personally, I thank you, Joe. I think the hip roof is gonna, the cost benefit analysis doesn't work for me. It's gonna throw the axis off. It doesn't naturally extend over one window and not the other, and so on and so forth. It's also partially obscured by the other structure. And you mentioned parking. Parking's parking. Like, it's gonna be where it's gonna be. We can't, I don't believe it's appropriate for us to start designing houses around the driveway area. That's a rabbit hole we'll never get out of. So I'm not insensitive to the fact that we want to be able to see a structure. Don't get me wrong. It's just, I don't think that we can fairly arbitrate that topic. There's way too many decisions that have been made over the last 50 years by the HDC. So those are my thoughts. I think we want to, do we feel that we can do an Exhibit A on this? Anyone?
Really?
I mean, it seems to be whether the parking wasn't a concern, parking's not part of the application. The front porch or the pent roof over the front door. And there was other minor elements, but there weren't any, I didn't sense a strong consensus on any of them.
What color is the front door, Val?
We were gonna make it right now Essex green.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I can take the overhang over the other door on the other side to make it more balanced and add posts. But I don't want to make it go around the corner and tie into the larger porch because I don't even think we have enough space to do that.
Yeah, I don't know that you need to do that.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
why
I'm
can't-
trying to figure out how to pull the board on this one. Abby, please.
I was just gonna say, why can't you do a hip on the left side and just leave the pent roof over the front door?
Yeah.
You can have two different, it doesn't have to be exactly the same.
I'm sorry,
what-
for clarification, what do you mean on the left
A hip over
side?
the porch on the left.
So that's just a foot deep, like superficial wall. It's not like there
Well,
isn't room for a hip.
You're never
Oh,
gonna
I
see
see
that
what the
either.
ins-
Thinking a hip on the front, on the little front porch, so you have the hip down low and then the hip roof up high, and let the left porch be what it is. I don't think the left porch needs to be hip, it's kind of hiding behind everything.
Yeah, and I was referring to the pent roof on the front when I said doesn't need to be hip. I don't think, frankly, I don't think any of them need to be hip. So can we just quickly go through this? Does anyone feel very strongly that the pent roof over the front door has to change? Okay. Does anyone feel very strongly that the rear roof system needs to change? Okay, so I think we've eliminated two very variables,
Why don't
very
we just
variable
approve it
variables.
as I'll make a motion to approve it as submitted, yet changing the 12 light doors to 4 light,
Yeah, I like
to
that.
be in keeping with the windows.
And since we're all here, correct?
No,
Joe, did I miss you on this?
you did, but I've just held
I
my
am
tongue.
so sorry. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I agree with I agree with the motion that's been made.
Excellent. On the motion, Joe?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Angus?
Nay.
Abby?
I'll be an aye.
So for the record, 4 in favor, 1 against, 1 no. Angus. And we are now on to 42 Chuck Hollow Road.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
The property owner is online, and there are 2 of us in the audience that might want to say something.
Okay, great, thanks. And you, and a butter too? Okay. Okay, thank you.
On the one we just did? No. Oh, okay.
No. Please take your seat, Miss Oliver. You've
Done
used up a lot
enough.
of time tonight. I'm teasing you. I'm teasing.
Unnecessarily.
I'm teasing.
They can hear you every word you say.
Okay, could the owner representing himself, please identify himself by name because it says self.
Say your name.
Daryl Ferguson.
Hi, Daryl, good evening.
Good evening, good afternoon.
All right, kindly direct staff through the application pages. Just
I'm having a little difficulty hearing you.
Daryl, just the revision since your last visit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Those are the revisions. Let me just preface that a little bit by saying that when we were there last time, I think I was influenced too much by Charleston. I was talking about white gate and white pickets over that low wall. And that's all changed. I have, now I'm proposing, as you see here, all greenery on a trellis wall out of willow. And the Boston ivy, and the Boston ivy would either climb up the columns or in fact, that might be climbing roses. So what will happen is, when we get approval, it will be all green wall there. Everything, the gates will either be greater ACC gray or green, even to match the rest of the effort there. So anyway, we're actually, as a result, I'm much more pleased with it for the nature of the house, the architecture that's there, and I feel this is a little bit, certainly not as formal, and it certainly is a better solution for us to have done that. And so I would like, we planted in front of that, as you can see, we planted a double row of the wall, planted a double row of rhododendron and viburnum. So that's not visible anymore. And so the columns remain as visible. And although I don't believe they're as visible from the street as they were in the middle of July we met, we planted a whole row of viburnum. Anyway, trees 3 or 4, about 5 feet apart. So that has really masked quite a bit what you could see from the road. Now, some of the recent photographs that were taken, I think, showed that's not really an issue. So I know we did something we shouldn't have done, and I'm sorry about that. It's been a lot of agony on your part and our part too. But I think that we, at the point right now, are willing to do anything we possibly can to make the board comfortable.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Your sitting board is myself, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Joe. Who'd like to begin? Angus?
Well, it's formal and it's out of character with what's around. But it's not very visible. The lattice is atypical, but the willow is something that would just age. Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with the posts, just that being so, such a set in stone feature that's so atypical. Generally, its simplicity is the primary driver. There is screening of that, but it's something that you could see if you were trying to. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks. Abby?
I think I mean, what's done is done, so I'm going to leave the 2 columns and the gate alone and focus on the lattice, which I think is drawing more attention to it, having all those diamond shapes. So I think a simpler application, maybe it's just like a railing, just something simpler than the lattice. I think that's even drawing more attention to how formal this is way out there in rural moors. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to finish polling the board, then we're going to hear from the abutters, and then we're going to conclude our discussions. Carrie?
I agree with the others. Mostly with Abby, I think we shouldn't have any more sort of decoration put on this thing. In fact, I would cut it down to the curves in the gate and the posts and all of it, and just cut it to be as subtle as possible. You would be just cutting down a couple of the 4 posts, I guess, and part of that gate. That's it.
Okay. And when you say, can you clarify when you say the 4 posts, you're talking about no capitals, no decorative elements?
Those posts are there to frame the new piece of fence that's going up, which just creates more formality, more built environment in a natural environment. So if you cut it back to the height of.
I'm having a hard time hearing. I'm sorry.
Is your mic on?
Oops, I turned it off. Sorry,
Okay.
sir. Yeah, so that's my thought, is to just, you cut it back just the posts and that little bit of
The
gate.
posts on the far ends.
Can we go back to the elevation, please?
It just would be simpler. I would say, cut it back to here.
Hi.
This doesn't exist. Cut all the fanciful stuff off and let it be a simple, a few little posts, but let the growth grow over it.
Okay,
I
so
don't think this is appropriate.
can we focus on the left-hand side where the dimensions are, please, in terms of zooming in? Yeah.
I'm not at that lattice work.
66. Okay. So Daryl, what the commissioner comment was to cut the post heights down to, at minimum, probably 66, 64 inches to eliminate 1 height and 2 decorative elements. That was one comment. I just wanted to clarify with some dimension on that.
That would be taking, I'm sorry.
Joe?
That would be
Yeah.
taking capitals off. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's under discussion. Joe?
Sure. I might be a minority on this position, but excuse me, this house has always stood out, on the top of that hill with a clappered front, and it's sort of a Greek revival barn. And I think that, it's a little bit of a contrast because it sits in rural Tom Nevers. And as fanciful as this walls and fence and gate system is, I kind of feel like it works with the architecture in a way. It has a little bit of a gentleman's farm vibe because of the Greek revival details and the clapboarded front. And I'm okay with it given its minimal visibility and the way it works with the architecture of the building. I think in the context, it seems okay. I could imagine if that clapboard wasn't there and those details weren't there, then this would be incongruent. But I feel like in a way they work well together. So,
Okay, thank
and
you.
I'm setting aside any emotional reaction to the fact that it's partially constructed. But anyway, those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. So my comments are simplification, dramatically eliminate, number one, the diagonal lattice panels, highly atypical and incongruent with the area. Number two, simplify the post system, eliminate the capitals, cut the height down as Commissioner Thornwell suggested. In addition, I think the gates, the arches at the top are too complicated. I would lower that and eliminate the upper portion of the upper third. And with respect to the post system, I think basically what you're talking about is removing the PT wood that sticks up through it and calling that the height. Those are my thoughts on it. I don't know that we have a consensus, but Abby?
Could I just clarify something you said? Are you talking about the gate itself when
Yeah.
you said the arch? So you're saying that the as-built
Yeah.
should be changed? Okay.
I believe so. So that's kind of where I am at this point, and we're going to listen to the abutters. And please identify yourself for the record. Thank you. Welcome to the
Good evening.
HDC.
I'm Mike Levitt. I'm at a butter at 41 Chuck Hollow Road, directly across the street from 42 Chuck Hollow. I'm here today representing the consensus view of all of the abutters who have reviewed and concur with the following remarks. The decorative stone wall constructed at 42 Chuck Hollow is clearly visible from Chuck Hollow Road. I see it every time I drive in and out of my driveway, which is across the street. The consensus of the neighbors is that the design is objectionable. It is not, as described on the application, a retaining wall. It is purely a decorative feature. The stone wall and gate were installed without a review and approval from the HDC prior to its installation. The wall is currently constructed, significantly exceeds 4 feet, and as currently installed is over 7 feet. The owner intends to add the willow lattice panels on top of the stonework that is currently completed. The design of the wall is obviously not in keeping with the traditional aesthetic of the island, nor is it in harmony with the contextual flavor specific to Tom Nevers. It is hard to locate any precedent on the island with similar architecture. It is apparently not a design element that is indigenous to Nantucket. The applicant's attempt to hide it from the street by planting non-native plants and bushes in front of it only partially obscures it during the summer months when the plants are in full leaf. Once the landscaping sheds its leafing in the fall, it'll be much more visible. The plantings present a full buffet for the deer. The short wire fencing installed in front of this landscaping won't keep the deer from feeding on it, making the structure even more visible. We, the abutters, attempted to talk to the applicant about our concerns and were told, quote, "I don't give a shit," unquote. As demonstrated over the past weeks, this seems to be the applicant's attitude towards this commission, its guidelines, and its authority as well. Once the applicant was issued a cease and desist order by the town, he flagrantly flouted the order by continuing to build the wall and gate even higher. The application presented today is misleading. It includes pictures of the walls during construction, prior to what has already been added on top of it today, including bluestone caps on the wall and significant stone height added to the columns around the gates, up above the wooden beams you're looking at now. The applicant seems to be consistently less than honest with this commission and has disregarded its orders.
Michael, I'm sorry, we've got to steer away from that type of discussion. Just, it's not something we can act on, and it's not something we can make a determination on. So I just ask that you please.
Okay, I will wind up by saying that on behalf of the abutting property owners, we urge this commission to use its authority, as was communicated to the applicant at his last appearance before the commission, to issue orders to remove the existing structures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, could I possibly defend myself?
Daryl, yeah, you'll have a minute at the end. So
Okay.
we're going to go through, we've got at least a few more people here. Howard?
Hi, Howard Matz, 41 Chuck Hollow. I live across the street. You all think that this is not visible from the street, but actually, as you're driving up the street and you're looking along, almost parallel to the wall, you see this wall. So whether you're driving up the street or down the street, you always will see this wall, and you will see it much more in the wintertime. And while I appreciate that this house is distinctive, I think that it doesn't need to have any more distinction in that neighborhood than it currently has. So I would really strongly request this whole wall be taken down, removed. I'm sorry the guy spent the money ahead of time before your approval, but it should not be there in that location.
Thank you. Linda?
I have a lot of clients I've worked on Chuck Hollow. This is visible, and it's also a freestanding rock wall, not a retaining wall. And the posts, the taller parts, it's actually gotten worse since this was taken. The taller parts are very visible above any kind of foliage. And this stuff that's planted in front of it is not, doesn't appear to be year-round vegetation. So I've seen it. I couldn't believe it because I was working right across the street and down the street, and I was pretty appalled. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Do we have, do we have anyone online?
I would ask if they could look at the.
Oh, Daryl, hold on 1 second, please. You're going to get a chance. Just give me 1 second. Is there
All
anyone
right.
with their hand up? Okay, so Daryl, go ahead. We thought we had one more person.
Okay, as far as retaining wall is concerned, that particular, look at what's on the screen right now, I believe, with the Explorer there, you can't see that wall. We planted two layers, as I mentioned before, of rhododendron and viburnum there to cover up the wall. That will grow. It's already not visible from the street. Otherwise, we have done everything we possibly can do and can do more to make it not visible from the street. We could put a double row of verbatim, hard time that word, between the ones we have right now to make sure that there's nothing there. So anyway, we can totally, you got pictures in front of you that show that there's no visibility of the wall. I guess depending where these people really were attacked me in a vicious sort of way.
Daryl, likewise, I'd ask that you steer away from that type of discussion. Any other comments you'd like to make on the architectural elements, character, and setting?
Yes. I don't think so. Well, I think that there's one of you who really saw what I saw in this house. I'm a designer and a very significant designer in North Carolina and South Carolina. I understood this very well. This is a little bit of a Greek playback to a Greek barn. The gate itself came from a barn picture I saw. It's all been in keeping with, in my view, in my attempt at least, to be in keeping with the home, as one person saw.
Daryl, thank you, because ultimately we're going to be the determinators of that. I don't know where you guys are, but I'm going to strongly suggest that, given some of the testimony provided tonight, that we do a view before we make a final decision. Yeah. So is there anyone adverse to that approach?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say for the record that I did issue a citation because he did violate the cease and desist and he did pay it today.
Okay.
Just for the
Thank
record.
you.
I'll make a motion to hold for a new review, a new view of the
New
site.
view, and I think what I'd like to do, in the interest of all parties, is we would bring this back at the beginning of next week. Is it's going to be a fun beginning of next week meeting, I guess. Okay, so we'll be looking at this again next week at the beginning of our HDC meeting on Tuesday, after we've conducted a view. Daryl, did you catch all that? We're not going to make a decision tonight. We want to go take a look, see ourselves. So we have a recent eyeball on it, each of us, and we'll pick it up on Tuesday. Please touch base with Kathy Flynn in the office to determine if there's anything you need to do with paperwork or anything along those lines, okay?
I'm sorry, what should I do in the meantime?
We're going to touch base in the office with Kathy Flynn to determine if there's anything you need to do on the administrative side to make it, to make sure that you're on the agenda for next Tuesday. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
So
So we had a motion and,
I'm sorry, do I need to present a new design?
pardon me?
Do I need to present a new design?
No, we're going to do a view and then we're going to tell you what we think.
Okay. Well,
And
could I tell you?
when I say tell you what we think, we're going to discuss it and we're going to vote, and then you'll know exactly what you need to do.
Okay. One thing that I've considered is finding Tuscan cedars or whatever, the Tuscan narrow.
Daryl, please don't invest any more money. Please don't do any more work. Please allow us to come out and take a look at it, and we will let you know what we think is the most appropriate solution, okay?
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good evening. Okay, we're on to 9 Holbert Avenue.
Did we take a vote
I
on that?
think I
Did we
joined
vote?
as a
Let's see.
panelist, so
All
I
in
can.
favor to hold for review
Aye.
next Tuesday?
Aye.
Any opposed? And
But I
Joe's on
don't
this, so we
need
need to do a
audio.
voice for it. I'm sorry, Joe?
Yeah, aye.
Carrie?
Yeah.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, carries unanimously. Thanks, everyone. 9 Holbert Avenue.
Share screen. Okay.
What about pizza?
I have it on my thing.
I don't know, it's,
Okay.
I don't know.
Might not happen.
Why?
I don't know.
Came up without it.
No. Isn't this awful? Like, I don't even know how to do this. Right there.
So where are we?
We're
Okay. Okay.
Share 101. Thank you for sharing, Val. Thank you for helping her share, Fiona. Val, why don't you go ahead and get started?
Okay.
It's myself, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Joe.
Okay. I wanted to try and make it smaller, but I guess I can't, so. The concerns about this were the length of the addition added on to the structure that's there was too long, and, oh, thank you. All right, can you just stay over here? No. And Holly wanted a window survey. So where I'd like to start is a couple of places. One is a visibility of this structure. I'd like to point out again, hold on, and I apologize for my ineptness at this.
The little minus arrow, there you go. Button.
This structure is right up against a fence. So just keep that in mind. The east side is obstructed by this fence. This is the driveway of the neighbor on the east, and as you can see, it's fully screened with vegetation, and the fence is on our side. This is the view from the street. And there's another view of the, looking toward the vegetation on the east side, sorry. I'm doing two things at once. So I think that's important to note. Before I show you my revisions, which hopefully you've looked at prior to the meeting, I just want to review the historic nature of this structure. This,
Val, I just want to remind you, we are using a timer.
that's fine.
Okay.
The original structure was 70 feet side to side with an unobstructed ridge line with two projecting gables facing Hulbert. I think that's important to note. There was no additive massing. The structure was cut in half and separated. I think that's really important to keep in mind. So, I lowered the roof pitch to make that roof break, and I'm suggesting keeping the corner boards on either side to leave the delineation there. And I think the side that should be reviewed the most for visibility would be whatever this is, the west. Because that's really the only one you're ever going to see, given what's there and what is staying there. There is a window and door schedule. We plan to reuse a lot of windows, and the ones going in that are new are true divided light Boston sash.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Val? Mickey?
Okay, so, dropping the ridge was a positive thing, but, that the ridge dropped, but Val, if you could go back right up to that west elevation so we can see that view. Well, east or west.
Oh, no, that's the east, sorry,
Yeah, so
west.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, but what's still a concern is that there's like a continuous fascia running from, the
Sorry.
main mass all the way through to the back. And if that could be broken by really just dropping the addition, maintaining the existing roof pitches of the main mass, but dropping the addition down a few feet, and then turning that, creating basically a flush shed dormer, which would have a right side and a left side to it. So there would be a break with the dormer from the main or the pre-existing mass. I'm probably not explaining that very well, but it would give some identity to the addition. It would create a normal looking flush shed dormer with sides to it rather than just a continuation of that roof line. Just a couple other small things. On the east elevation, Val, if you could go to that. I know you're saying this isn't that visible, but those windows in the addition on the first floor are pretty small and out of scale. They should be nicer if they were longer to match, the bigger pre-existing windows.
They're existing, some of them.
Some of them. Also, the way you're drawing the windowsills, I'm assuming this is just a graphical error, but you're showing picture frames around these windows, not real window sills. So I assume that's just a sort of a graphical thing. And then, this is going to, Val, could you go to the photograph that shows the back of the building try to wrap this up.
Oh, the
Down.
present?
Yeah, well, the old black and white photo of the historical photograph. Let's keep going down. There it is. Yep, that one. If you could zoom in on that upper photograph. I'm just concerned that maybe the roof pitches as you're showing them are not quite as accurate as they could be. Those do not look like 12 pitch roofs to me. They look a little shallower. And I think getting the roof pitches on this accurate is really important. That definitely is, but if you go back up, the ones that I'm concerned about are the ones facing the street.
Well, that'll be interesting.
Guys, I don't want to do back and forth.
Hired somebody to
Mickey,
measure
can
it.
you wrap up, please?
Well, that was it. Val, if you could just go back up again to that one facing the street, just it just don't, they just don't look like 12 pitches, and that's what you're representing, I believe, on the drawings. So I think we want to make sure those are accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, concerns, who'd like to begin? Carrie?
I think last week, just the idea of dropping the ridge is great, but changing the pitch seems like an odd way to do it. I would just say literally drop it a foot. So your window headers aren't quite as tall as the existing, but there's just a few in a, one bathroom, one bedroom, two bed. Yeah, I think keep the roof pitch the same, drop it a foot so the eave line comes down as well, because that really is the traditional way that we see telescoping down. We're not having a one-story mass, but it's a simple way to accomplish what we're trying to get at.
Thanks. Joe?
I heard what Mickey said regarding a flush dormer, but I think on this house, it might just feel a little bit busy compared to the simplicity of the rest of the building. So I think what Carrie just described would be a nice subtle way to make the differentiation without compromising too much of the interior either. So I agree with Carrie. I think that would work.
Thanks. Angus?
I have to say, I actually prefer the previous submittal. It feels like unless you drop this to 1.5 stories or significantly drop the eave, I don't think that the continuous eave makes sense with just dropping the ridge. It's still flush on either side of the corner board of the original and the addition. And so it feels token. It doesn't really feel true to the building. So I would say either drop it a few feet and do it, or at least 2.5 feet, and have the windows be dormers, or stick with the simplicity that was originally represented in the last presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby.
I like both suggestions. Originally, I liked the addition to be dropped maybe another foot, but that would present the flush dormers. So I'm not sure if that complicates it.
The building has flush dormers.
Hold on.
Okay, if it already has flush dormers, then maybe that's okay. But I would reduce the addition another foot to make that, so show the massings are completely different. And I would, yeah, I think you're on to a good solution here. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with Angus. I think go back to the original. I think the historic photo supports that. I think you're messing around with this roof, the top plate. You're going to need to get into introducing dormers in a way that aren't observant of the simplified structural elements that were there historically and that exist now. So I would say go back to what it was, and most of it is at a obtuse angle and hidden with vegetation, and leave it at that.
I also think
I'm just waiting for letting that settle.
Drop it more and do the dormers differently from the way they are now, it's going to look more complicated, and we're trying to keep it looking at from the street pretty much the same. I agree with Mickey, the historic pictures look like the pitch is not a 12, but I had Ethan measure this and he drew it per his laser measuring thing as it is, so I can question that, but.
Okay. Abby, you seem to be on both sides of the fence a
Yeah.
little bit. were you compelled by any testimony here or anything to change your mind? Or are you still kind of on both sides? I'm just trying to give Val clear.
I would probably be in favor more of the more simple, because I think it's more historic looking. But I just had an idea.
Okay, please.
About the front of the building, because you showed some pictures of some shutters, and I wonder if that wouldn't give more presence to the front of the building. Just a thought. Thank you.
The front being the street side or the water?
No, the Hulbert.
Thank you.
Okay. Val, do you want to, I don't think we're going to do an Exhibit A here, but I think you do have support for the original historic structure. And it does seem as though regardless of the solution, this lowering the pitch is not working. And it would mean if you're going to go the other way, if you're going to go with a reduction in the size of the mast, it's going to be a top plate reduction. So if you would consider those two elements in your revisions, I think we're at the point that we're going to have a motion for revisions.
Can I
Unless
try,
somebody wants to jump in with an Exhibit A.
can I try
Angus?
a motion to approve the previous submittal?
Oh, look at you go.
Is that drawings?
Hold on one sec, Joe. Angus,
Well, that's it.
that's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Joe?
Are you asking for my vote or can I make a comment?
No, Angus has made a motion to go to approve the original submission. You may second it for discussion and then comment if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd like to do that. I would like to second that for discussion.
Okay.
I was under the impression that the proposed drawings in front of us show the house before the addition, but not what was previously submitted.
You're correct.
That's correct. And what we are referring to, just for the purpose of clarity, is the submission prior. And I think that's based upon, I don't want to put any words in Angus' mouth, but the historic imagery.
That's correct, especially that second historic image in your collection of photos.
That was the main map.
Wait, one sec. Just, I want to make sure Joe's.
Yeah, I guess I just don't know what drawings we don't have them to look at, do we? The previous submittal?
Can you pull up the last week's?
Hold on.
It was just that basically, Joe, that addition without a lowered top plate and the roof pitch was the same.
It was just a
Right,
continuous.
it just went straight across. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or was it down? It was lowered by, no, it wasn't lowered by a freeze. Okay, so it was straight across shot, as with the historic image.
And it
Okay,
had,
thank you.
I
it
can
had
try
that
and find
same
it.
dormer, like dropped main roof detail that exists now.
Right.
Just
And
carried.
no corner board separating
No.
the addition.
No.
Correct.
The one that.
Okay.
I don't know if that changes one way or the other, or
I
doesn't
was
change your
trying to find the one
perspective,
from the
but
week before.
with
Hold on.
this, you having made a second, we need to close out the motion now.
Yeah, well, I would say that the historic images are definitely compelling. And I think that would sway my opinion towards going more towards what was there existing.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we're gonna go back to the main motion, or we're gonna go back to the motion. We're not a town meeting, for God's sake. All in favor, Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye, a
And
little
I'm an aye.
begrudgingly.
okay, so that carries unanimously. Val, so the prior submission has been approved.
Okay.
Okay. All right,
Okay,
thank you.
Oh,
How
actually,
do I get out of here?
Angus
Oh.
is up,
Angus is up.
47 Howard.
And then I was gonna
Yeah, I
Well, that
know.
means I'm up.
cover.
What's the
21
latest on the
Penn Street
pizza?
and
Did it
22
happen tonight?
Right, when you're out.
18 on West.
Starving. Ray, did you see any pizza up there?
Yeah, I got a terrible confession to make. I thought it was going to be a short agenda, so I told Tammy not to. I'm so sorry, you guys. Very sorry.
Oh, maybe I should move my project to next week after everybody's eaten.
So,
Yeah. Good night to miss, Joe.
Okay, so we'll move on to 47 Holbert Avenue. Joe, do you want to present?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you, Angus.
Oh, this should be interesting.
Should I begin?
Please.
Okay, I know there's a lot of elevations here, but I just thought that it would be worth seeing. This column on the left is what was originally approved. And then in the middle is what we reviewed last time. And on the right is are the revisions we've made. And the follow-up images have the clouds on them. So I'm just going to give a quick overview. So what we're looking at, we had made these windows smaller on the front. We went back to what was originally approved. So the only thing on the street side elevation is this adjustment over here to the side porch. We'd also removed the chimney. We brought the chimney back. On the side elevation, we adjusted a couple of windows that were here. This is a window that was existing in the existing building that we've brought back, and we have the chimney came back. Now, on the original approval, we had actually widened this mass from what's there from existing, and at the last presentation, we'd narrowed this back to the existing size, but with a picture window. And today we've removed the picture window, which we realized was causing a lot of conversation and issues, to 3 double hung windows. And there are 3 double hung windows that are present there now. And we had originally approved 2, 4, and 3 door units that were separated by windows. And the last time we were here, we'd reduced the number of door leafs, but the doors were adjacent to each other, which was visually throwing off the center line. And I think the combination of no muntins in those doors and no picture window was creating issues. I'll be done in 2 seconds. So I think where we've arrived is a much simpler oceanside elevation. We've actually removed a window that wasn't asked to be removed. We removed another window over here, and again, removed this picture window. We are showing the fenestration without muntins, the doors without muntins, but I think there's a lot of precedent in the neighborhood for, and I won't go through all these, for combinations of muntins with no muntins in a number of houses. And so that's it.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, Mickey, do you have any comments?
Yeah, yes, thank you. So, hey, Joe, could you go back to the proposed north elevation that was actually, maybe it was the approved north elevation?
Sure.
I guess, yeah, lower left side.
This one here?
Yeah, that right there. Yeah.
You want me to blow that up and move it?
Thank you. That's great. Thanks. So, we're pretty good with all the changes. We like the change to the picture window on the second floor. This house was originally approved. The changes were originally approved with 4 light French doors, I guess, sliding doors or French doors, which to us would match a little, just goes along better with the 2/1 windows. And to create, as you're proposing to show on the right there, kind of to the right, the large paned sliding glass doors, they just don't feel right. It's a lot of glass. Those feel like they're from like the 70s or something. If they could go back to the 4 light French doors, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Commissioners, who would like to begin? Oh, let me first state who's on here. So this is Paul Camp, Oliver Thornwell, and myself. Please go ahead.
I appreciate the new proposal, and with Mickey's idea of making those doors back to 4-light, I'm good with this.
Thank you, Val. Ray?
I was going to say the very same thing, but I would allow those to be sliders as opposed to French doors. Right, so Mickey was talking about French doors. I'm suggesting that 4-light sliders as shown. That's it, thanks.
Thanks, Ray. Abby?
I agree with that.
Carrie?
I would, I'll agree with that, but I also even think 6-light would be even better because that's more proportionate with the windows.
That's true.
Well, we did get 4 lights approved originally. You know, my client really would love to have those without muttons because there is precedent there, and some of them are probably from the 70s, and this is from 86. So I thought by making this a picture window that these being without muttons would be permissible, but I understand your position.
Okay, so that just leaves me, and I agree with what's been said. Personally, I think that the proportions of the 6-light are better, but the 4-light responds to the 2 other ones that are in the rest of the house. So would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make that motion to change the picture, what do you call it, sliding doors to be 4 lights
On the north elevation.
on the, is that the water? Yeah, the north elevation.
And on your motion, oh, wait, we're all here.
Yep.
So on that motion, all in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone?
Do
not
we
in
just
favor?
write that in, Angus?
Yeah,
Yep.
Okay.
just right under the notes. You know,
All right.
sliders to have 4-light.
Passes unanimously with the condition that
Did we
the
just change
French
yours?
doors
Yes, we did.
are, or the sliders on the north elevation are 4-light.
Correct.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay. Angus,
you.
thank you. And now we're on to the Tombs Court, which will take us till 10:30 tonight. Yeah, we've already been there. Okay, so let's see. I'm chairing this, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Carrie. All right. Yeah, well, at the moment, we don't need Connie.
Yes.
All right, so let's start with Building 1 on Lot A.
All right. What I just handed out, everybody got the
Make
other day.
haste, we don't have any pizza. All right, go ahead, Linda.
All right, are we still having conversations on the other side over there?
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah. I put the polls up Saturday morning, so we didn't really interfere with Espresso to Go, and we
Right.
pulled them down yesterday morning.
Right.
Before she really got going. And I sent you the map, and I sent you the pictures this afternoon in case somebody didn't get out there, and with the map again. So that was the story. You wanted to see where they were in relationship to the road. The ridges were 90-something feet apart, 95 feet apart. They are 29 and 30 roughly from the pavement, and they are more than 10 feet away from the property line, which is very consistent because the 2 maps were actually in your packet, showing you where the other buildings were from the road as well as from the property line. And I gave you a picture this afternoon because that first floor of that one across the street is up. And the picture is in the very, I think it's towards the end of how close that is, and the other 2, how close they are. They're in a zone where they have to be fairly close. But the new one building we didn't have, because we couldn't pull it off the GIS, is that new building. I guess it's a nail salon or something. They're 2 doors away from us, and we didn't have that. But when you look at that in relation to the market, they're about exactly the same. So
Okay.
there weren't too many comments. We did fix, if you want to go to Building 1 on Lot A, I'm not sure there are too many other comments there. Did you bring Dinah over?
I'm on.
Okay. You want to tell them what you did on the duplex building? They want to
Yes,
speak along because they're hungry.
Okay, on the north elevation, the front facing Old South Road, we were asked to bring the windows in towards the center of the ridge of the gable, just to compact them more because they were a little too spread
Can we
out.
get building one up on the screen, please?
Yeah, north elevation, upper left on the page. Just
Building
down one page, down, other direction. Okay, so the
There it is.
previous submission shows the windows detached, not equally spaced. We were asked to bring them closer together and space them equally on the north elevation. And then on the east elevation, we were asked to pull in the dormered windows away from right being on the edge of the flush dormer. So we pulled them in 6 or 8 inches. And that's at the clouded area. Same with, if you could just scroll down just a little bit on the south elevation. We stacked the windows differently so that they don't look separated and too close to the gable feature. And the same with the back of the building, which is the west elevation, on pulling the windows away from the corner of the flush dormers. Those were the comments that we picked up on that building.
And
That's all I have.
this is the duplex.
Right. Okay, Dinah, thank you. Those were all the revisions. Anybody want to speak on this before I send it to the board? Okay, let's go. So myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, Carrie, who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thank you, Joe.
First of all, I appreciate the ridge poles and they seemed in keeping with the rest of the commercial development along Old South. I mean, obviously there's some exceptions where there's existing residential with more landscape in front, but I don't have a concern about the sighting like I did first time around. And with respect to this building, I appreciate the changes. I have no concerns.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
That would be Carrie. Go ahead.
I appreciate your bringing the windows in on the second floor. I did not intend for the first floor to follow suit, simply because in my head, an eave forward 4 bay, the windows would all align. But this is a gable forward, and I don't think the first floor needs to align. In fact, I think it would be better if they don't. If there was a little
interesting point.
Separation on the first floor. Mostly on the south, Old South Road, which is the north.
Right.
First floor outer windows could go out, and that just sort of helps balance or sort of ground a gable forward building. Well, it's just a
We can always do that through staff.
little tweak. Thank you.
Carrie, thank you. Let's see, Abby, Angus, how are you doing?
I can go.
Thank you,
So
Angus.
I agree with Carrie's comment. I think that helps balance the gable forward to have the windows out further on the lower floor and in further on the upper floor. So even more than they are shown now. And I appreciate the poles going up. It helped me sort of see more graphically where, or realistically, where the massing was going to be. And it still feels, even though there are plenty of buildings that are that high, it seems like there's more sort of rhythm of things that are pushed back, that are higher, and lower things that are closer forward. So to me, it's too high for as close as it is. And that's in combination with what's proposed beside it. So I think, maybe one building could be like that, but not the two along Old South. Thank you.
Angus, thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I think at 29 feet, it's sort of overwhelming. I also, in a bit of a conundrum, seeing that the projected build-out of the site is 6 buildings separated by parking spaces that are all asphalt. And if I go along with this one, I feel like I'm going along with the whole plan, which I am not. So, yes, I like the changes, but I'm not in favor of the whole site as it's proposed, so I don't know what to do about that.
That's a good point.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Just in response to the height of the building with respect to Old South Road, I will point out that the dimensions taken are to the front of the porch, and the gable is another, I don't know, 3 or 4 feet further back than that, just for what it's worth. But I'm okay with this design. I'm okay with this design, but I actually am with Carrie and Joe on the splaying the windows, sort of like, so do the original option on the first floor and the revisions only on the second floor.
Okay.
That would
Through
be
staff?
with respect to the north elevation. Okay, there we are. So does somebody want to make a motion of some kind?
This is just for the building, not for the hardscape.
Right.
Correct.
Yes. I'll motion to approve with the windows on the first floor not being aligned with those on the second floor. Push
On the
out the
north-
last two.
North elevation.
On the north elevation, yep.
Okay.
Good.
I can second that for discussion, just to clarify that the windows that you're suggesting are as they were presented in the previous
Yeah.
submission.
Well, the previous, they're
For-
all lined up as well. So
For the first floor, but the second
Well-
floor.
I guess if the first floor, yeah, then, yeah.
Like, keep the first floor the way it was in the original submission. Keep the second floor the way it is in the proposed, and we will get that splaying, you
Yeah.
know.
Okay.
Okay. So there's the motion. All those, I'm going to do a voice vote on this one, folks. So let's see. Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. Where am I? Joe,
Aye.
thank you. Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Nay.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. All right, so now we're going to direct our attention to the building right next door to this one with respect to.
Building 2, Lot
Yeah,
A.
building 2, Lot A.
This is the mixed-use building.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, the revisions or the comments that were made were, we used to have a middle front door, really kind of leading to nowhere. There was not a front stoop that went to the street, so we eliminated that.
Back up, back up,
Back up
back up.
a little bit more. There you go, up a little more.
Keep going. Keep going.
So, yeah, we want to look at the
Gotta get
upper
them all on
left-hand
there.
corner.
No. Yeah.
Okay, right there. Upper left-hand corner, north elevation, facing Old South Road. It's, we eliminated the front door, added a window. We have a 1-story addition to the right, similar to the 1-story massing to the, on the other building facing Old South Road. And, that was the comment that we received on the north elevation. On the east elevation, the dormer was dying into the gable feature facing Toombs Court. And we reduced that to just a simple dormer without extension over into the gable. And you can see the previous rendition to the upper right. Also, on all the dormers, we were asked to pull the windows away from the.
Can we go up so we can see the other 2 elevations, please?
There we are.
There you go. A little bit further, because you're missing the bottom. There you go. And this
Okay.
has a handicap ramp on it.
And
That's great.
so, yeah, the commercial structures do have an entry with a sloped brick walkway. It's not a wooden ramp with handrails and things of that nature. So we're graduating the sloping of the walkways on the site once we get to that. So you won't see the ramps. We didn't like the way the ramps looked on the Old South Road facade, so we were able to grade. We had enough room between the buildings, 90 feet, to basically work our way up to the finished floor elevation for the entry on the west elevation to the mixed-use building. So this is the mixed-use building, and those were the comments that we had. So I welcome any other comments or discussions from this commissioners.
Okay, Dinah.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a point of order first before we keep going? If Abby's going to vote against all 6 of these because she doesn't like the density, can I ask that the alternate sit?
No.
Because that's not fair. That's
No.
one vote right out the window without even looking at the designs.
No, I'm not going to anticipate what Abby's vote's going to be for the following,
Well,
for
she's
the
already said she
remainder of
doesn't
these
like any of this.
projects. What?
She's already said she doesn't like any of the subdivision at all. And that's not
Well-
fair, and that's prejudice before we even get to
No.
the buildings.
No, I'm going to leave it the way it is.
All right,
I
I'm going to make
appreciate
that on
what
the
you're
record
saying.
in case something
What?
happens.
What?
I'm putting it on the record that that's a problem.
That's totally fine. Okay, so let's see, anybody want to speak on this before I send it to the board? Okay. Who would like to begin?
I'll go. I appreciate you pulling that dormer away from crashing into the gable. I think, what are they, oh. Am I looking at the right change?
Yeah.
Okay,
They did,
thanks.
yeah,
Yeah,
they pulled away the intersecting dormer.
right. That's on the east elevation, which will be seen from Toombs Court.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm okay with this now, thank you.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Again, this is not the hardscape, this is just the building.
is-
Just the building.
That's right, we got the hardscape coming up. Okay, thank you, Carrie. Who's next? Abby, Angus, Joseph?
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
To confirm, this is the other structure that faces Old South, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and
It's at the
Toombs Court.
corner of Old South and Tombs.
Toombs Court.
You could actually, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it might help to just show the streetscape. It's if you could just scroll down a little bit more, you'll see the streetscape on Old South. More.
I feel like every one of these applications should have this streetscape.
They do.
They do, actually.
They do.
Joe.
Like
Oh,
right
here
on,
here we
Yeah.
go.
easy to find.
So streetscape number 1 is Old South Road streetscape. This is what we just reviewed, the 2 buildings.
Okay.
And the one on the bottom is the
Yeah,
streetscape from
let's
Toombs
not
Court.
belabor it, okay? So, Joe, are you going to continue?
Yeah, I'm okay with these changes and think they're appropriate. And I'm going to echo what I do have a concern about the overall density. But I'm thinking about these from the street side, and there are 2 buildings here, and it's the alternative elevation that really shows the density. So as far as these 2 structures and along Old South Road, and these are the ridge poles we looked at. I'm fine with this structure. Thank you.
Okay, you're fine with the one that's under review right now, which is building?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, Angus, Abby?
I'll go.
Thank you, Angus.
So having the 2 gables forward and being almost in line with each other, I think maybe they are in line with each other, it just feels too imposing. And both on Toombs Court and Old South Road in the north elevation and the east elevation. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Angus. Abby?
I am going to say no because there could have been an opportunity to change the density. So I have to say no to this one, sorry.
And that's why I'm putting my
Okay,
objection
well-
on the record again.
Right.
We're talking about density, they're three separate
Yeah,
lots.
yeah. Okay.
Ray, you're next.
No, I know that. I'm thinking about whether I want to respond to Abby's comment. Okay, so let's, just for kicks, we're going to do a hypothetical here, all right? The hypothetical is that somebody has created a 6-lot subdivision.
3 lots. 3-lot subdivision.
I said hypothetical.
Very hypothetical.
Okay, so somebody created a 6-lot subdivision, right? They put in the road, and now there's 6 lots that will be owned presumably by 6 different people. And they all come in and they all have their application for their house. Each one, like, because they're separate owners and they all have their little piece, you can't say, well, I object to all of these houses because I just object to the subdivision, because the subdivision is what's creating the density. And in this case, your objection is because this is all coming in at once, which is true. And yes, it is dense. So theoretically, in practice, we should be discussing the merits of each building as per the guidelines. So I just want to put that out there, but Abby, you vote your conscience.
Yeah.
Okay, so now interestingly, I was fine with this until I heard Angus's comment about the 2 gables forward. And I'm thinking that might actually improve the overall look, rather than have one eave forward and one gable forward. I'm not sure that's going to be a difficult thing for you to do, to change that. But that's just my view. Let's see, we have 5 people, 5 members here. Let's see where the vote goes. Does somebody want to make a motion on this and see what happens? You can make a point of order, so to speak. Yeah. Point of clarification.
Yeah, you were saying the 2 eaves forward.
Well, Angus made the point of, as seen from Old South Road, 2 gables forward is kind of, it would be, gable forward I find is nice, it's interesting, but it's also kind of the more aggressive approach to the streetscape. And so I think that Angus's point of having an eave forward would help sort of like soften the hard edges on this particular thing.
Because as one property, they're both the same height.
Correct.
So if one were to become eve forward, you wouldn't perceive that, so.
That's correct.
So that is an interesting thing.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, are you asking for this to be a total redesign? Because if you look right above you in the middle one up there,
Well,
the one
I
on
don't
the
want
right
to
is
brag.
a gable.
I don't
That's
want to
also a
brag,
gable.
but I could probably redesign this in about 10 minutes.
All right, because that's also a
with my
gable
pen.
up there on
But,
Tombs is also a gable.
huh? No, I understand. I'm looking at the plans. So I'm saying, Angus is saying, and now it sounds like maybe Carrie is also saying that given, what we just approved next door, it might be a good idea to try this one as an eve forward. So I'm looking for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to hold for revisions, but I wanted to make one comment first, if I may.
Of course.
And that's a reference to the density of the development of this. We often are faced with zoning heights or density that are not necessarily appropriate in character and setting, which is our job. And so while this legally can get separated into these lots and built with this sort of density, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's appropriate. So I understand Abby's concerns about the overall impact and character change that might take effect with the full development of these as proposed.
I hear
So
you.
back to my motion to hold for revisions.
All right, there it is. It's a motion to hold for revisions, and I think the obvious is that we're looking to see what the effect of an eve forward with respect to Old South Road would look like. Let's see, we got to do a voice vote now. So Carrie, you.
Aye.
Thank you, Joe.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Abby.
No.
Well, it's a
a vote for
motion to-
revisions.
Oh.
For revisions. You could actually vote in favor of that, and not get into trouble. All right, and I think that's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Now let's look at,
Hold the hardscape, because that may change what's happening with that
I
building.
would talk about the hardscape, actually.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to talk about it until we
well,
get this
hey,
straightened
look,
out.
you know, if we're going to shorten the meeting, that would be great.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any real objections? At a certain point, we will talk about the hardscape. We have to.
To wait with a
Well,
hardscape?
Linda wants to hold it
That
in
makes
case it
sense.
has something to do, you know, some effect from the
I,
most recent. Dinah, yes?
but it would be nice to hear at least a comment on whether the asphalt is the big problem, or is it if we did some
Okay,
shell?
all right,
or-
well, Dinah, you're on the agenda. Linda's suggesting to hold it, but why don't you two agree on whether to hold or whether to move forward?
I think we need to hold it.
Linda's saying you want to hold it,
Okay,
okay? And you knew who the boss is. Okay, so we are going to hold the hardscape for now.
All right,
So-
then go to Lot B, Building 1.
okay, Lot B, Building 1,
Before you start, Dinah, when we first came in, Lot B, Building 1, and Lot C, Building 1 were virtually identical. We have now split the two of them up, so they're not identical. But these are duplexes, and they're not that large when you actually see them in practice. So this is Building 1, another duplex in the back. And that streetscape that we were looking at briefly, we did the buildings on the Toombs Court side with the shadow of the buildings behind them. So you're never going to see all three at one time, and they are blocked from Toombs Court by the buildings in front, and they are certainly blocked in large part from Old South Road because of the buildings on Old South Road and the plantings that are going to be introduced there. So this is a duplex.
so the change we made, the comment was given that we had two buildings that were identical next to each other with the same ridge length. So we did a gable forward facing, it's beyond Toombs Court, but you know, the layer in the back we call it. And it basically engaged the ridge of the gable now versus having one straight line across the top, you can see from the previous elevation. And we separated the entries to the duplexes. And I think that that took care of most of the concerns about the identical ridges on the two buildings, because they were just the same building repeated with different colors.
All three lots have different colors, totally different color schemes and different color roofs.
So that would be the east elevation, the north elevation. These buildings are approximately 12 feet. You don't really see too much of the side elevations, but they're articulated in such that if you do see them, they are balanced, and we believe that we're good with the gable forward. On the front elevation, it's about 1 foot 6 inches bumped out in front of the rest of the building. And then we still have the two flanking one-story additions. Almost every building except a couple of the smaller buildings along Toombs Court have one-story addition, bump outs, at least bump outs or additions as you get closer to Old South Road. So that would be Lot B, Building 1. And we really weren't given any more comments than that it was too much of the same with the ridge.
Can we go up, please, for the next elevations? There you go.
And the west elevation is the back elevation, the rear of the house. You can see what it was previously, and then the side elevation is, you're basically facing the half of the gable that you see from the front, and a covered porch below.
Can I ask a question of the board members? Like, I'm having an insane amount of difficulty trying to get the proper application up on here because you can't read the title of, the full title of any of these applications.
Yeah.
So
I can't
I've
even
spent
do it
the
at
last
home.
10 minutes trying to just find this building.
I can't even do that.
100%.
Am I alone?
There's six.
No, it's horrible.
There's 6 apps, and you can't tell which is
No.
what. No.
You can't
Well,
read
And
the
I
whole.
thought there were 3 lots, and it's 1 lot and then 2 lot. There's no 3, and there's no A, B, or C.
There are
Yeah,
3 lots.
okay, we can help you with that. On the first page of each site plan,
I think, sorry, before you get
No.
into that, I mean,
Well-
really, I think Ray touches upon a really important element that will only help you if we're able to resolve it. The orientation of the pages, I mean, I don't think it's an exaggeration. It literally leaves your head spinning, and it's not just you, but with the organization of the presentation, I don't know if it's the way that they're scanned in, but there's all these photographs and there's the locus plan. The locus plan is oriented in one direction, the site plan is oriented from the surveyor in another direction, then the architectural plans are oriented orthogonally to the page, and then add on to all that, these pages are rotated 90 degrees on our viewer from the town. It is so difficult to understand the property and how the buildings relate to each other. And there's got to be a way to it's probably all in your head because you've been working on it and you're able to know, but at least for me, it's very challenging and to understand which building we're looking at in the context of all the other buildings. And I think that, makes you as a reviewer be extremely conservative in understanding.
Say,
So
they're all
that's my
going
take.
They're all scanned the same direction. I don't know what happens once I actually download them. But every one of these on the front page has the overall subdivision with the proper building circled. You also have the map of the streetscapes, which shows you which building we're talking about. So this is the one in the back, in the middle of the 3 lots. This is Lot B.
Well, yeah.
But if you
I-
go
I
back to the
finally
front
have
page,
it.
it's all on there. But I can't read them at home either. I can't navigate this crazy site that we have now.
Okay, I just want to make sure that all the board members are getting all the information and it's all comprehensible.
Understood.
And, I was
It is.
kind of suffering
Because
through
I can't even
this.
see it at home.
In the view pack, Ray, which
got
one
larger,
is it
smaller?
in the lineup of
Okay,
Tombs
so-
Court? It's the 3rd, 4th,
If you have Old South Road and Tombs Court, it's down here in the middle. That's the one we're down here at the bottom.
Can we go back to the site plan at the very beginning?
The middle lot, the rear part.
Right there.
Correct.
Right
Oh,
there.
right, but in the view pack,
Right there.
which one of those? Like the
Oh,
3rd
oh,
one
the-
down?
Building B, I'm sorry, Lot B, Building 1 with the arrow, it's written to the left and then the blue circle around it.
Dinah.
Look at the site plan
The
on the
problem
board.
is, when you look at our agenda, only part of the description of the property comes up. So it'll say, Lot 1,
Oh,
I don't have that on the
Yeah.
agenda.
Yes.
So
Okay.
in my view pack, I've got building 1 and I've got 3 of those, and then I've got 3 of the building 2. And
Yeah.
that's,
No,
so
not
which one are
buildings.
you all looking
I think
at?
it's lot A3, lot B3, and lot C3. Because each one of them has its own hardscape.
The title's so long it gets cut off. If you started with the
That's what
actual
that's what I'm
building and
saying. The
lot
title's so long,
first.
you can't read the whole title.
Yeah,
I
it's a function of the software that,
Show, Linda,
Try the third one, because we've done two already. Push the third one.
yeah, if you just drop, so you want to know which one
They're
you're,
in the list, on the list.
Well, on the agenda, they're correct,
no, actually not,
Done two already.
right.
except that you're missing the hardscape.
You have to go to page.
It's in the wrong
eight,
order.
Just halfway through it to see which one.
The agenda's in the wrong order.
That's the wrong,
Yeah, that is not right.
we're
That's the right
reviewing
one.
this one.
Yeah.
No, this is the one we're reviewing.
that's the
This
one
is the
we're
one that he's got.
Oh.
See, it's circled here. So, all right, this is seriously frustrating. I feel like we're spinning our wheels.
This is the middle duplex in the
No,
back.
we know that.
It's on the map
I
right there.
actually have it up finally. Who else has the correct thing up?
I do.
Okay, that's good.
I do too.
Joe has it. Abby, how are you doing? It's Lot B, Building 1. And unfortunately, the sequence that they're shown, I think it says Building 1, and you have to assume that the second one, okay.
Yeah, it
So
should
see
be
how it says
building 2.
Building 1? So if you do
They're not
this
on here
second
correctly.
one down, presumably it's going to be Lot B. So do this.
Oh, almost 30 feet tall. Just don't get it. I don't know why there can't be variation.
Why does it matter? She's gonna not vote for it anyway.
You know, I just don't know.
No, it's the wrong one. Oh, man. Okay,
Well, she's gonna
look,
have to change the
folks,
30 feet across the board.
if I can't have the whole board like looking at the same thing, I think that's seriously not productive.
Excuse me.
She has to change the headings on these things.
That would be a huge help.
I'm not sure what you can't see it, but I'd be willing to change anything so you can read it. That's.
All right,
all.
Dinah, I know what they need. Just
Mr.
let it go.
Chair.
The labeling on our little
Things.
pads has to have the complete description.
Mr. Chair, it might be helpful maybe if we had a folder for Toombs Court, and then within that folder, we could do Lot A, Building 1, and so you'd be able to see more of the,
Oh, well,
I mean,
I
it's
don't know
not
what
there
you're
right
saying.
now, but maybe for
Something.
next time.
That heading up there is too far to the right. You've got to scroll all over to find it. And that's what the problem is.
Look at the screen, if the screen was right.
we can look at the screen, but like for me, I've got to scroll
you wanna
back and
see detail.
forth.
Right.
and-
Yeah, I agree.
And that's what I don't want to have happen next time.
Should I
She's gonna have
talk
to
since I
remove those
Okay.
headings.
have comments?
Yeah, all right, so here, let's rein it back in. So we are building 1, Lot B. For those of you that have it on your screen right now, comments, and it sounds like Carrie, you're ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Okay, so for one thing, on an overall scope on just all the properties, there's 2 dwellings, right? We're all the same size on every single one, and I don't think that's appropriate. I do see on the site plan of this one that the front building might be a little smaller, so that's good. But maybe on the next one, do the big one in the front and the small one in the back, to just give it a little variety of what's happening. And the massing on all of these are all the same. We need to see some variation, because we're just getting really static with all these developments. So that's one thing. On this building in particular, again, the gable forward issue, the windows and door is quite spread out, so it looks like a 3-bay, but it's a gable forward. So rearrange windows for a little more grounding of first floor and trying to minimize the look of the second floor. These are very wide gable forwards, and I think somehow a little bit of narrowing of those would be a really good thing. If you might lose a couple square feet of bedroom space upstairs, but I think it'll go a long way to give back to smaller massing.
Keep in mind, these are duplexes and they're modulars.
Linda, I have designed number of modulars, and none of them look like that. None of them are boxy and humongous. You can
Yeah,
do
let's go to Richmond.
sensitive, nice
Move on.
modular.
Correct.
We should go to Richmond.
Carrie, thank you very much for the comments. Joe, I think you're able to look at it, right?
Yes, individually, this one has, I guess, viewed from Toombs Court, it has a gable forward and it has a 1.5-story mass off to the left, and it has a porch, which, softens the elevation. And as Carrie pointed out, there's got a small structure in front of it, which, I think, I appreciate, because it means the Toombs Court the houses won't be as close together as they are on the interior of the lot. But when you look at the site plan for this, which is up on the screen, if you zoom out just a little bit, you can see that it's essentially, I wouldn't almost setback to setback. The window wells are over one setback, and on the other side, those two window wells between this building and the one next to it are pretty close to each other. So I guess it's the most dense back here. And the streetscape, just taking a quick look at it, which I think if you scoot down, how many pages is the streetscape? The last page, 16.
No, I'm sorry, it's up, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. So, this is where the streetscape doesn't look as packed as the site plan, because you see these are single-story masses, and the buildings step down to each other. So you just have to do a lot of navigating to see all this at the same time. And so I guess, separately, this building feels appropriate. My concern is that it is the same, all of these ridge heights are the same throughout here. There's a little bit of variation. There's no chimneys. There's nothing that breaks up the roof lines much. I know I'm not really making any design comments on this, except that if it was slightly smaller, I wouldn't have as much of an issue with it. It just feels, the footprint of it feels large. Having a perspective would be really helpful of this collection of buildings.
You mean a 3D?
You would say so much with just that perspective and showing different views. I can appreciate that the streetscape up above, you can kind of see this building in the back, and the Toombs Court streetscape, those are smaller structures, and there's a lot of space between them. And in the back, it's very dense. I just worried that when you start to view all this obliquely, you're going to get all of these rooftops that are going to read all about the same height. And, there's not going to be a lot of trees in there right away. This one structure in particular, I feel like is appropriate, but I'd like to see what's going to happen to the other structure on Old South, because if that ends up rotating, it's also going to change the site plan. So it's very challenging to look at these independently, except for building number one, whatever number that is, the first one we approved.
Building number one.
Right.
Are you suggesting that first we would do I mean, through you, Mr. Chair, are you suggesting that you think a perspective would help differentiate the front from the back, which it would, but it would actually lower the buildings in the back, because as you look beyond, things become smaller.
Right.
So it would help the cause. And the reason that we put the smaller buildings on Toombs Court and on Old South Road was just for that reason. We wanted the smaller, more compact buildings have a less dense feel at the street, where the curb cuts are and where we can do more vegetation.
Okay,
Right.
okay, Dinah, got it. No,
All right, just
I
add
do-
one thing to Dinah. The ridges are 95 feet apart. They don't look like it necessarily, but the ridges are
Okay.
95
All right,
feet apart.
thank you. Hey, Joe, were you all set there?
Front to back.
Yeah, I am. I think like it's a little bit has to do with the order. I mean, because this structure that we're looking at is among the most densely packed part of the entire lot. And I'm not sure that I'm looking at it fairly because I don't really understand exactly how it'll look in perspective. So
Right.
I see.
the Tombs Court Street, when I look at the center building there, that looks approvable. I mean, it's a eve forward, nice scale. There's not a lot that's inappropriate about that structure, and there's a lot of distance between the structures. So the fact that we're reviewing this one next, it brings up the density conversation. So
Okay,
I don't feel like I can say much about this without having more information about all the buildings.
got it. Okay. Angus, thank you, Joe. Angus, Abby, were you able to pull it up?
Yeah.
I want general
so-
comments about the whole thing.
So
'cause we got to
frustrating.
move it along.
So I think that this page says so much is that the roof lines are, front and back, side to side, pretty much all the same height. And so, you can say they're a certain distance apart, but I think a perspective would be beneficial and a relabeling of the packet files on these. So I would, I'd be happy for this to be held for more information.
Okay. Abby?
I can go along with that.
Okay, so I really think we can't do a death by 1,000 cuts by reviewing all these. You've heard overarching comments about the whole presentation, all 6 buildings. What I've heard is variation in height, variation in size, and we would love to see some supporting perspectives and things like that, and certainly better organized portfolios so that we can quickly access the information and not be hunting around for everything and wasting everyone's time. So I would like to hold all the rest of these applications. Yeah, go ahead.
Just about this sighting, because I noticed on one of them, there's driveways side by side.
Right.
What's happening on Tombs is that they're all the same size and they're equally spaced along the entire way. And I wonder if there's a way to not necessarily have equal space between all 3 of them. It just sets you up for, again, this static sort of dry massing overall. And I think maybe you can.
You can't, you get setbacks and
Get
get
an
driveway
easement and
access.
share a driveway.
We're
so
hearing her
buildings can
You have
be
to go to the
different.
planning board to do that.
Okay, we're
That would be
hearing.
worth it. Thank you.
There we go. Carrie, thank you. Can I have a motion to hold the rest of these applications, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Let's see, on that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Let's
Chair,
get this together. Okay,
Mr.
thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
we have to at some point take a break for a few minutes because we have to reset the Otter AI, which is our town minutes taker program.
okay.
So it could be 5 minutes, it could be 2 minutes.
She went
I'm
to
sorry,
the
what?
fairgrounds.
Do you want that to happen
2
now,
seconds.
Kathy?
Yes, please.
All right. So we're going to take a 5-minute break to do something. Some IT thing.
It's AI invading.
Oh, yeah.
It's not back on, right?
Okay, Linda?
Yep. Still munching.
We're now on Main Street for your pool.
Yep. Bracken beefed up the plan.
Well, how was that for timing? I'm right back on time.
Say what?
Okay,
Still got pizza.
everybody all set? All right, so we're at 20 Main Street, Sconset.
Ready?
For pool, I'm chairing Abby, Val, Angus, Connie,
Connie.
all of whom are in the room.
We moved the gate where you suggested, Val, so it faces the door coming out of the back of that middle section. We put the other gate way over to the right because you can't see with the pictures I've given you from Main Street because that pool is actually behind the house and behind the addition. And then he put screening on all of it. And the only thing I wanted to know, it's up to you guys. You want screening on both sides of that fence, that's fine. The only other thing was whether you wanted a natural weather or you want white, because everybody in the neighborhood has white cap picket fences all over the place. And I think, Val, you prefer to be white.
Well, I'll go with, that's
Well, you finished?
Unless there's questions.
All right. Is Rob with us?
Mr. Chair, yes, he is. He just raised his hand.
And this isn't, just to be clear, this is a landscape element not visible at the time of inspection.
No, we got it,
And
but
it
let's hear
can't be
from,
against pools, because I'm not a pool person either. It has nothing to do with it.
Rob.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. How you doing?
Great, thank you. Very
Good.
well, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I represent the Sconset Advisory Group, consists of myself, Caroline Ellis, Mary Lathrop Will, and Clement Durkis. And in a letter I wrote earlier today, I will just read that with your permission. Please know that the Sconset Advisory Group remains in opposition to the proposed swimming pool at 20 Main Street. We recognize that this is an allowed use in this zoning district and that there are a dozen or more existing swimming pools in the immediate area. But as stated before over many months, this particular property has a unique historical significance to the village, and we believe the inclusion of a pool is inappropriate and harmful to that significance. And the real estate listings proclaim this speciality in their advertisements, exhorting the potential buyers to, quote, cement your place in time by stewarding the extraordinary property, own the past and shape its future, preserving the heritage of this enclave, unquote. We don't believe the addition of a swimming pool meets this stated challenge. Offering HDC-approved plans in the next round of advertisements is speculative and if exercised would damage the integrity of this historic property. Perhaps the new owners could decide for themselves if they want to install a pool, and they could then come back to the HDC. Thank you for your time in this matter. Respectfully, yours truly, Rob Benchley, and the rest of our group. Thank you.
I have to put on the record an objection to talking about what somebody may or may not do or the advertisement of the property. It's not my problem.
Okay, thank you. Right, I believe it's time for the board. Once again, Abby, Val, Angus, Connie, and myself.
I have a question.
Angus.
And I'm not sure I'm ready to comment, but the question is the white fence, the picket fence that runs from Main Street along McKinley to the south side of the lot, that remains in place?
Yeah.
And is there a drive that, and a gate that still remains in place, or does that lose the gate and that's just sort of landscaped in that area between the proposed pool and the McKinley white picket fence?
The white picket fence ends at the driveway, which has been in existence for a good 100 years. The fence is moved in. You can see it at the end of that little driveway, that parking space now. It doesn't go all the way around the building anymore. The original goes all the way, literally encircles the building back to Main Street. We're cutting that off so the cars don't continue to circle the property. And the fence is right where you see the middle section of that back, the barn, what used to be the stable. It goes at an angle, and the fence and the gate is right there, because Val said the gate straight away, and she's correct, would open right to the pool. So the gate actually opens towards the house, and that fence comes around and meets up with the fence on the back end.
So just to clarify through the chair, this driveway and gates remain in this proposal?
Yeah, and the gate's not really there, but that driveway does remain.
Okay, thank you.
For now, I mean, they may want to get rid of it, but for now, it's staying there. It's just cut off from the whole rest of it.
Right.
Okay. That was Angus asking a question. Would anyone like to comment this time?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
So, while I appreciate Rob's comments, we have to stick to what's within our jurisdiction, and unfortunately, use is not. And I say that with unfortunately emphasis. Leaving the picket fence that's always been there with a gate on the road is the right thing to do.
Yep.
Pushing a natural to weather, I think it should be natural to weather as the secondary gate on both of them. With the planting in front of it just makes it go away. What's behind the planting, nobody will know. Do I love a thought of a pool here? No, but our jurisdiction is, can you see it or not? And I think this proposal mitigates it, and we can't have any say over it. That's my thought.
Okay. Thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
All right, Abby.
So I think it's going to be odd. I mean, yeah, I'm glad you're keeping the picket fence on the road, because that's what the streetscape is. But, you know, having another fence deeper, another picket fence deeper, I don't think makes any sense. Anyway, I think probably this whole screening thing should go all the way up to the pool. I mean, why stop it here? If you're going to do it, why not put it deeper? But personally, I think it changes the streetscape, and I've been consistent about being against pools in the historic district. It was what was the norm, and so I'm staying with that. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Let's see, who's next? Connie and Angus.
I can go.
All right, Connie.
You know, I think Val said it best. We are
Connie, you got
here.
to talk into it. I can't
Oh,
hear
we're
you.
here to,
Pull it towards you. Oh,
we're
the
here-
whole thing moves. There you go.
we're here, to earn visibility. And there are a good number of pools that I think have been red circled in the area, for good or bad. And I think if we have our caveat, not to be seen at time of inspection in perpetuity, yeah, I think we just have to be okay with this. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Angus?
Okay, so I've been pretty consistent on this too. It's whatever your feelings are about pools and in this area of Sconset, it's not even the pool, it's the screening of the pool that is a forces an unusual dynamic of layering of fences and year-round landscaping that is going to change this vista that exists throughout Sconset, but specifically on McKinley, of being able to look across the lot and to the next lot and so on. And that changes with this proposal. And so that's my concern. And it remains my concern. Thank you.
Okay. Angus, thank you. I am in the Val camp on this one. You know, I really don't love the fact that we're putting a pool in Sconset, but the applicant has gone to great lengths to screen it, A, and B, maintain the perception of this property as seen from the two public ways that surround it on two sides. So I'm okay with this as long as we append our usual proviso. That's it for me.
With a natural to weather type 2 cap picket?
Yes,
white?
because the fence is going to be buried.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, so natural to weather, we certainly don't want a white painted fence behind vegetation. Somebody care to make a motion of some kind?
I can try.
Yeah.
And I agree with you, just to be clear, the fence is just a backup behind the vegetation. And I'm hoping it looks like when you look down the driveway now, you see green vegetation. It will be similar, and we could even push it back a little farther to the end of where the driveway is now. Anybody feels that's important?
It'd be hard to get out that back door if we push it further and keep that gate where it is. The gate is to the left of that door, so we can actually open that door from the inside.
I don't
That's why
care
it's over
about the
there.
door.
There's a double French door coming out the back of that middle section.
Hang on, Linda. Go ahead, Val.
So I would make a motion to approve with the vegetation being as close to what's there now, mitigating the fact that there's a fence there, and being not seen at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity.
Val, year-round vegetation, Val?
It would have to be.
Okay.
Well, it's called out that way on the
Yeah, I want
Right.
to make sure.
plan.
And, yeah,
Okay, that is Val's motion. Let's see, we're all present here. So all those in favor of Val's motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, and
I'm opposed.
so you're opposed, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So that was 3 in favor, 2 opposed on this.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for staying in this one. This has been a long slog.
Yeah, it has.
All right,
Thank you.
now we're down to Old Straight Wharf.
$45,000 more a week.
Whoever gets this property is going to live in it. They're not renting this thing.
Let's see, 10
We are
Straight.
talking to Wisconsin.
Let's redirect our attention to 10 Straight Wharf.
Okay.
So,
Oh, okay, so Linda, you know, Steven's away, so it's myself, Abby, Val, Angus, and
Joe? Connie just did that one.
I'm gonna do Carrie.
Well, she is on this one. Okay. Mickey sent me a text because he left.
Oh,
He says, "I'm signing off after Joe. You can tell them we have no concerns with 10 Straight Wharf."
oh, I want to see that. I want to see the original.
I'm offended that he stuck around for me.
And my response was, "Great, thanks. I won't object to that."
Okay, all right. I guess we'll trust you this once.
Right here.
All right,
my
so
trusty little
thanks
flip
for
phone.
that. Who would like to begin?
I will.
All right.
I appreciate this iteration. I just want to say it was hard to tell because we didn't have the previous next to it to see what had changed, but I feel like what's being presented is appropriate.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Yes.
So the left massing, I think, is still too big, and did you reduce it at all?
We didn't reduce the width because there's a purpose for it, and they need to get into it from upstairs because it's so cramped and so small. The second floor is not even really a second floor.
Okay, so
And the addition that was approved before filled in the entire underside of that deck, but we're not utilizing that. So
Linda,
making it smaller is
Linda,
going to make it
Linda,
look really weird.
Linda, Abby asked you.
Yeah.
So
I-
not
Relatively
to
simple
reduce the
question.
width.
You don't know because it's not.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't see the site plan, but when I remember seeing the building next to it, there was, you could, breathe on it.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think for me that left-hand mass, also it's competing with the little gallery, the old building. So I would have liked to see that reduced by at least 5, 6 feet and just one of those doors. So I would like more
Reduction.
reduction. Thank you.
Okay.
It's not usable space. then.
That was Abby. Let's see, we have Angus and Carrie. Okay, Carrie.
I think on the front, it's fine, but I do think that mass it's only 2 feet setback from the existing historic structure. And I think it should be set back at least 4, if not 6. And it looks to me that in your program of what's going on in there, there's space to squeeze it up a bit.
We'd be back up into that deck. We can't go back over that deck.
No, I'm just saying,
There's
push
nothing
the
to do with the
front
deck.
of your addition
Right.
back a few
And then
feet.
it's about 4 feet
not our
deep. And then
problem.
we'd be on top of the deck if we can't take the deck off because that's the other way into the building.
She's saying from the
From
front of
the
the
front.
building.
From the front of the building
From the front,
back,
Push it back a couple feet, 2 max minimum, 4 ideally. 2 more.
Well, then you can't get into it from upstairs. I think he gave you the cutaway somewhere in there. He gave you the section on the next page, I think.
There's always something.
No,
No,
it doesn't.
I
It's not
totally
to do that.
disagree.
Kinda have to
Okay,
It doesn't
anyway,
affect anything.
let's not belabor it. So Carrie wants to have the gable reduced in width by another couple feet.
Front to back.
Push back from, away from the street.
Give prominence to the historic structure.
I do understand. Thank you. All right. Okay, let's see. Carrie, thank you. Angus?
So I agree with that, but I don't think it being back 4 feet or 6 feet is even going to address the issue. It's just, it's crowding and competing with the south-facing lower Main Street facade of this building. And the dormer facing the street is unprecedented. I've said this before, I've gone the whole stretch of Main Street, Pacific National down to Crew, and there's not an example like this. So it's just, it's out of character and it's detracting from the building. So I would ask for the dormer to be eliminated on the south side and for it to step back at least 6, if not 8 feet or more. Thank you.
Okay. I like Carrie's idea of pulling it back. And given that Mickey said that his group is okay with this as is, I feel like it's a let's make a deal time because I think that a motion to move it back 2 feet might actually,
So 4 feet total?
for a total of 4 feet, correct. 4 feet off of the front facade.
Can I
think-
make another comment when you're done?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
I I think it's important to realize or understand that this building is so close to the building next to it.
Oh,
You
yeah.
are never gonna perceive that at all, because you're walking in an alley where there's building on both sides of you. I think the front setback is fine, but other than that,
Okay, so and Val, I totally understand. You're not going to perceive the west elevation.
Correct.
Nobody's ever going to see that. But what people will see is the rebate away from the street that this building will take.
correct.
So can somebody make a motion to?
Do that through staff?
Yeah, well, but let's see where this all goes, Linda. So I'm suggesting that the motion would have the front face of the building, which would be the southern face of the building, moving 2 feet further back away from the street.
So total
And
of
that's in
4.
Exhibit A.
That's total of 4
Yeah.
Total of 4 feet.
through staff.
Yeah. You should be on this board, Linda. You're good
Maybe
at
I was
this.
for 20 years and the past
I
chairman.
know.
How about that?
Is somebody interested in making that motion?
I will.
No?
I make a motion to approve as submitted, albeit moving the
South.
proposed south addition back another 2 feet for a total of 4 feet.
Through staff.
Okay. We're all present at the table, so let's see how this goes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
And aye. Okay, so the motion carries 3 in favor, 2
You got
opposed.
that one off the plate.
Okay. All right. Let's, see.
And I do not have the next one.
Do you
Can-
want
can-
that as just written in there? It doesn't need
I think you could
an
just write
exhibit,
it in
right?
there. Yeah, I
Okay.
don't think we really need an exhibit A. Okay, now, Ethan? So Ethan, Stephen's not here. You're aware of that,
Okay.
all right?
This should be pretty quick.
Well, I'm going to suggest, Abby, would you be willing to chair this one? Okay. This is Monomoy Road, and you'll need to pull in one of your two, well, let's see, one, two, three, four, one of your two alternates. Bring it back to 5.
So you're recusing?
I'm not on it. Stephen was chairing it, and he's obviously not.
Connie, can you be on this?
Here, she is.
Oh, Joe, are you there?
I am, I think, by the way,
What?
I think your mic might be off.
Your mic's.
Sorry, Joe. Could you sit on this?
Yeah, no problem. I looked at it earlier.
Oh, so Connie, Joe, Val, Angus, and myself.
Correct.
Okay, Ethan Griffin, on behalf of the applicant. I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I did rewatch the tape, obviously, before we submitted. It seemed like most of the comments were centered around the windows changing from white to black. We are proposing changing the trim from white to gray. For this revision, we proposed changing the windows to gray. So windows are gray, trim is gray. The other thing that we did was just drop the eaves so they're in line or touching the head casings of the windows. We had like a 2 shingle course gap previously, which board members commented on also I thought looked weird. So we've reduced that. And that, I think, covers the comments from the last meeting.
Okay, thanks, Ethan. So Mickey's gone. I don't think he's on this anyway, but anybody ready to comment?
Sure.
Because I looked at everything earlier. My main concern really was, although the fenestration was a little bit over the top, black was, I thought it was black.
It was black. We changed it to gray.
Yeah, and I appreciate the change. I think it will mitigate a whole lot of,
Jumpiness?
just seeing all this fenestration, so it'll just blend in when everything's grayed out, so I'm okay with it.
Thanks, Val.
I'll go.
Thanks.
Ditto.
Ditto. Connie?
Yeah, I'm still concerned about the amount of fenestration, but I guess the color change will help mitigate part of it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Connie. Joe?
I think it's a net improvement over what was previously submitted, and it's gotten better since the past couple iterations. So I think this is appropriate.
Yeah, I echo that too. I think that the color change just sort of makes it a lot easier to digest. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you, Angus. On Angus's motion, Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And myself, an aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan.
Thanks, Abby. Okay, now we're on to 3 pops. Here comes Mark. Okay, so we have 3 applications, one for the guest house and the relocation, garage and pool. I'm chairing Val, Abby, Angus, Connie.
Mark
ready,
Tone-
Mark?
Yeah, Mark Tone representing the applicant. I believe we also have the owner watching via Zoom, and Ryan Douglas, who's their attorney, also participating via Zoom.
And we're here again.
And we have the presentation up. Loading, thank you. I'll wait till probably we can jump right to page 7, which has a summary of site plan options, if you will. I think that'll be easiest. Yep. And I can walk through what you're looking at there.
Did it crash?
I have 27 minutes of battery left on this.
So we're doing the main
We'll
house
make it.
first?
Well, main house is approved, so this is
Oh,
a guest
guest
house
house.
review. We're back before you to discuss location. There hasn't been really any concern with the architectural merits or design of the structure. It's been about where it's located on the property. If we flip one more page, Fiona, to 7, I think that's correct. Yeah, that looks like it. We'll just need to zoom out so we can see all 4 options. There's A, B, and C, D, A, B, C, and D. There we go. So we tried to put them all on one page so just easier to kind of compare. Option A is what we came to you with originally, which is on the far left, obviously. And there was concern, discussion was at that time to see options for relocating it to the elsewhere on the property. We came in the following week with option B, which was moving it south on the lot, away from Heather Creek, and a little bit more breathing room between the main dwelling and the guest house. That was discussed. There was support for actually option A at the close of that discussion. I believe in summary, Connie was in favor, Ray was in favor of A, or would entertain other options as well. And at the time, Abby was in favor of A, but hadn't viewed and was open to viewing the site again. So we're back before you. Motion was made for a relocation of the second dwelling in what we assume would be option D to the far east side. I will say that was just to get us on the agenda, to be quite transparent. Our clients are vehemently opposed to that location. They feel like it's on top of the dwelling, the existing dwelling. Their compromise was option C. So not all the way to the east, not all jammed into the corner, but certainly further away from Pops Lane. And that is somewhere in between. They still prefer option A over C. Would be open to B, and certainly open to C. D, they just really can't stomach.
So, to be honest, we only got it on there because you asked for it. So there it is. But A, B, and C are the ones that we feel that our client is in support of and can get behind. Thank you.
Okay, Mark, thanks. Thanks for keeping it short.
Want to go over on our side now?
Your side, go ahead.
We have the Morans up there and the Hendricksons are here.
Oh.
I know they want to speak. We were very excited when we saw option D because I believe Val and Angus were looking for D. And we have D. And I don't care what anybody can stomach or not stomach, frankly. A was not a go. B, C is definitely not a go for any of the neighbors. If you look at where C is, it's almost a spite location. So we're advocating for D. We hope we can get 3 people to say D is more appropriate because it's relating back to the main house. And it's out of the way, and the height is actually camouflaged by the changes that they're making to the one-story house. Because basically it is where it is in the general area of where it's located at the moment, which is what everybody initially were asking them to look into. So they presented you with 4 options. A, the neighbors and Nantucket, a lot of Nantucket people were against. C, we're absolutely opposed, diametrically opposed to. We're advocating for D. And if you guys don't have 3 votes for D, then we would like the option of discussing the other 3. But we'll hold the discussion on the other 3 if there's not enough votes for D. But we're going to weigh back in with some of the same concerns on the other 3.
All right. Thank you, Linda. Let's see. Anybody else want to speak on this application? Anyone in the room? Is there anyone on Zoom?
Yeah, Paul Moran's on Zoom.
Paul Moran.
Ryan Douglas as well.
Ryan
Sarah
Douglas.
Hendrickson from 341 Nantucket Road. I'm here
Thank
with
you.
John. Were the preservation planner's comments recorded? I just wanted to ask that question because I believe she strongly recommended option D in all of her comments. So I just wanted
I'm sorry, who?
The preservation planner, Holly Backus, strongly recommended option D. I just wanted to be sure that was part of the record.
Okay, yes, it is.
So we're very in favor of option D. And I wanted to point out that the hugely negative visual impact of the other 3 options is going to be a consequence both from all the surrounding roadways and the waterway. And Hither Creek is the Nantucket equivalent of Main Street in town, truly. Every boater, every fisherman, every kayaker, sailor coming into that creek mouth, the very first thing they will see are these structures at 3 Pops Lane. It's a very narrow mouth into the creek, and that's what they will see right there on the coastal bank. And the other 3 options are 3 standalone buildings, 2 stories high, and will be extremely visible from the roadway, especially Pops Lane, and the waterway, which is our main street. So I would strongly urge the HDC to please approve option D. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your comment.
I just wanted to point out something on the
Okay.
last meeting. We did give you the visibility of the poles from Hither Creek because somebody was in a boat right in front of it.
Correct. Okay, thanks. So I understand that there's someone named Paul Moran on
Yeah, he's the other abutter.
Zoom?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. We strongly support option D. It would greatly reduce the visibility from Pops Lane, Creek, and Washington Avenue, and will complement the main house. It would also add to the low-density feeling of Old Nantucket and does not overwhelm the neighborhood. It would be reusing the existing structure, and it would just think it makes the most sense. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Brian Douglas, right?
Ryan,
Sorry?
Ryan.
Douglas.
Ryan? Ryan, sorry. Is he coming on?
Hello, everyone. So I represent the applicant here, and I just want to echo what Mark has said already, that quite frankly, option D is off the table for our clients. Also, just to, looking at option D in conjunction with the surrounding developments that are in the Nantucket area, it actually is very compressed in terms of where the additional structure would be to the main dwelling, which actually is not as in line with what you'd find in the surrounding community. You would typically find things more akin to option A and option C. So to that end, I just wanted to emphasize that point. And once again, just wanted to make sure that we're staying on track. That look, any impacts to individual neighbors, look, while I hear those concerns, they are not relevant for the jurisdiction here. It's more of it's a community question and it's an architectural question. So that's all I have to state there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Anyone else?
Ray, can I just add one more comment?
Briefly.
Yeah. Just a reminder also, the two structures that are south of this lot, the Moran property and the property to the west of them, west of Pops, those are 26 and 25 feet in height already. This is, again, just as a reminder, the ridgeline height on this is 21 feet 6 inches. It's a low profile. And in this package, and I'm sure you've seen it, we provided the Hither Creek streetscape, if you will, of the varying ridgeline heights. And we've got ridgeline heights that run from, I think, 12 feet all the way up to 28 feet. And our main dwelling is 16 feet 4 inches. This is 21 feet. I think a little breathing room, to be quite frank, between the proposed guest house and A, B, or C versus trying to put it on top of the dwelling that we're trying to preserve now seems very dense. Even if I wasn't representing the applicant and I was actually on the board, I'd struggle with D, frankly. I just feel like it's a lot of building on top of each other, and a little breathing room between them feels a lot better. I just wanted to add that and give you some context again as well. Thank you.
Okay.
If he was allowed one more comment, can I just respond to that?
Come on, no.
All right, the density's already there because it's already over there, so I don't know what he's talking about.
I couldn't agree more with you.
The density's already over there. It's on
We're
that
just moving
side.
it around. Okay, Linda, thank you. So, folks, who wants to be the brave?
I can go.
All right. Thank
Okay,
you,
so-
Abby.
So, yeah, so I wasn't on the first one that you guys had the advantage of sort of already going, but I went out there and I was sort of blown away by, I'd never been down Pops Lane. So you go down Pops Lane and boom, there's Hither Creek. It's phenomenal. It's open. It's, it's got its own streetscape. It's not like any other. It's Nantucket. It's, there's not a lot of vegetation, very open. And I saw the poles from the original sighting, I guess, which would be option A. And it would change that street very much to have option A. And so I would be more in favor of C, where it's tucked away, it's not, it's less I can't say that word.
Obtrusive.
Intrusive.
Obtrusive, intrusive.
Intrusive. So, yeah, I like it tucked behind the house. Thank you.
Okay. Abby, somebody on Zoom.
Moran.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm happy to go.
Great. Thanks, Angus. Go ahead.
So, not to repeat, but there is an open pastoral appearance in this area. everything to the east of this is a mix of 1 to 1.5 story. And it's, from the water perspective, it's very densely built up. To the west, there's a very large building that goes along the water, but it's 1 story. And so as much as I appreciate the 1-story existing building that's being reused for the main house, and was approved, to have a secondary structure that is taller than that, works best when it's behind it. And I feel like option C does that from the water, but from the land, that still feels like it's out forward, closer to the road of this 2-story structure, story and half structure, which is not really following the guidelines of the primary structure taking precedent and being closest, and the secondary structures being set back from Pops Lane. And for that reason, I thought everything was going swimmingly in the presentation until we're like vehemently opposed to option D, but I appreciate that being shown, and I think that that's the most sensitive approach to this site and the surroundings. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, thanks. Who's next? Connie, Val.
Well, I'll go.
All right.
A and B are definitely out for me just because of the vista, the pastoral vista that Angus is talking about. D definitely keeps it more in line with where it is, but I think I'm also okay with C because it keeps the building still sort of together and leaves the rest of the lot open. And so either one of those I'm good with. D first, C second.
Okay.
And B no.
Okay. Val, thank you. Connie?
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Mark?
Yeah.
So in option the C, is that where the shed would be, or is that what the,
Yeah,
or
that
the,
little garage?
yeah,
Look on the
Yeah.
screen.
yeah, so
Yeah.
that's where,
We would relocate the existing garage structure studio to this location here and see the small garage, which we reviewed a few weeks back, would be
so that would
located
be
to the
there.
west.
Okay, yeah. I'm okay with option C. I was actually okay with the other options too, but I would definitely be okay with option C. Thank you.
Okay. Connie, thank you. So, not to spend too much time on this. A is out for the reasons that have already been expressed. I was between B and C. I liked B because it spread the buildings further apart. There was more airspace between them. But I think that C is a very interesting and benign compromise. Now, given that it looks like we have at least 2, perhaps 3 members that are good with C, I will say for the record that I'm fine with C also. So.
You're going to give us a chance to have this discussion then, if you're going back there?
No, we just talked. So.
No, I'm talking about
Would
the
somebody
new-
like to
new
make
thing.
a motion?
We are opposed, you said we could respond
No,
if we
no,
didn't
no.
stay with D.
That's not the way it works.
Yeah, you
I'm the
said we
chair.
could. I understand that.
The board
But at
has
the beginning,
spoken.
you
Can I
said
have a
I could
motion,
have a
please?
response.
Can we shut her down, please? You have to mute her.
I'll make
Well,
a
we're
motion
opposed to C.
Okay,
to approve option C.
thank you.
we'll just
Abby,
appeal it.
on Abby's motion, we're all in the room, and we are now, the motion is to approve option C. All those in favor of option C, say aye. Aye. I believe that's going to be 4 votes in favor and those opposed? Angus?
No, I'm on I, before, for C. Yeah, I prefer
Oh,
D,
you're in
but
two?
I was willing to go with
We
C.
all prefer D.
Okay, all right, all right. Okay, so that motion carries unanimously. All right, there we are.
Thank you.
All right, now we have the
tie it up.
garage. Now, I don't, just to sort of cut through this, were there any objections to the architecture on the garage from any of the board members here? Okay, I didn't think so. Now, in approving option C, the tacit implication was that the siding of the garage would be as per option C.
Right.
That's correct.
All right?
Sure.
Are we all on the same page here?
Yes.
All right. So could I have a motion on that?
Do we get to comment on that? Legally?
Sure.
The way it's oriented now is going to be solid structure between the house, C, which we are absolutely opposed to and will take further action, and the garage is changed orientation because the other three, A, B, and D, have it lined up the opposite direction as opposed to house, garage, and garage. So I don't know if you've noticed that the other three have it going the other direction, if that makes any difference to this thing.
Okay, Linda, thank you for pointing that out. That is correct. Option C is the only option that has it oriented sort of, what would that be?
North-south.
North-south, pretty much, as
Yeah.
opposed to east-west. Thank you for the comment. Anyone else?
Ryan Douglas has his hands up.
Oh, Ryan?
No, just to emphasize again that, I appreciate the comment, but again, the structure being placed between their client's property and the C is not relevant for the purposes of this hearing. Thank you.
We didn't
Understood.
say anything about that, attorney.
Okay, that's right. Okay, board members.
I would make, unless someone has an objection, I would make a motion to approve the garage as cited in option C of the guest house application.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, there's another one. And now the pool, which I'm not sure has been yet discussed.
No, we definitely have comments about that,
I'm sure you do.
and so will the Concom and the ZBA.
Okay,
You're on every board, Linda.
Yeah, I was at
That's
some point.
legal.
okay. Mark?
Yeah, thank you.
The pool,
Again,
please.
Mark Ten representing the applicant. We do have a proposed pool. It's 10 by 12 in dimension, located west of the gable end of the dwelling. Sorry, just start site plan. There we go. Well, the only odd thing is here is that we're not now looking at the approved locations of the garage and the guest house. But the only thing I'll add, when we were reviewing this site for the original structure, the larger structure that we pivoted away from, I think we had a discussion that we doubted we'd see even the lower third of that structure because of the protective vegetation, which is protected by the Concom, which cannot be touched. So with this structure, I'm not sure it could be viewed either from POPs. There will be native vegetation added to the property so that it blends in with the vegetation. And we can't touch the vegetation along hither. It will not be cleared. I highly doubt that this pool would be visible since it's level with the ground plane. There's no grade change proposed in this location. I will offer up, if the board has a concern with this location as proposed, we would flip it back to where so it'd be behind where you just approved the garage, and we'd locate it back here behind where the single bay garage will be, where that fire pit is proposed, and we would move the fire pit forward to hither. So it'd be a flip-flop of the two if that were something the board is more comfortable with. But again, I'm not sure you'll see any of these given their level with the ground plane. Thank you.
Okay. Mark, thank you.
Our turn.
Linda?
I'm not going to put my Concom hat on, but good luck with that one. It's inside the 75 and right on the 50, and the new rule is 75. This is a brand-new pool. It's not a modification. when you guys had this the first time, for those who didn't sit on it the first time, you guys made them flip that pool behind the house, the original iteration, and not on the water side, because it will absolutely be visible from Pops Lane. It will absolutely be visible from the Hither Creek, and it's inside the 75 and at the 50. It should never be there. They'll have to get through the Concom, and they'll have to get through the ZBA. It should be again removed back from there. I don't have a lot of information on hardscaping, because they've got a patio, a fire pit, whether they flip or not. It's at the very end of Pops Lane, and as Abby said, it's completely wide open. And having a lot of fluffy plantings in a completely wide open landscape that have to be year-round would be absolutely contrary to anything along the creeks, because nobody has one quite in that location. Down towards where Randy Sharp's is, it's way back off the road and dug into a deck, so you couldn't see it.
That's how we've got it.
This thing needs to move. It needs to move somewhere else. I don't know where that pool equipment's going. I don't know a lot of the materials being used. And if you're talking about harking back to Sconset, sometimes what you have to do to hide something, and the ZBA is going to require it, what you have to do to hide something is so, and a typical, and certainly along the creeks, having something that's year-round that's going to hide both this and that patio and all the other fancy hardscaping going on this property. So I think you need to be more mindful about where this is and how they're going to screen it, because that is going to be really weird in a wide open landscape to hide this thing. It is small enough to get it out of there and put it over there, I guess, since we moved that, put it over there behind the house where the garage used to be. There's a whole swath of land over there that can stick it, because that's pretty much where you guys required it to go the first time before they withdrew it. So we have a big problem with this, where it's located and the visibility.
Just a
Okay.
And
point
where
of,
is the pool equipment, by the way? Where is the pool equipment?
pool, if I may, Ray, through you, thank you. The pool has never been discussed. We voluntarily relocated on the previous application, so it's the first time the pool has ever been discussed.
On this one,
Could
yes.
Pool
you just address
equipment,
where the pool equipment's going?
basement, we're going to
Thank you.
internalize it.
Okay.
What basement?
There's a full basement below the existing dwelling.
Linda, there it is. Okay. Thank you, Linda. Would you guys want to speak? And is there anybody up?
Yes, there is,
Okay.
Brian Douglas, yeah.
I'm looking at the clock. and it's
So,
8.
so I will make this very brief, and
No.
Ryan,
Hang
hang
on.
on 1 second, not you.
Sarah Hendrickson, 341 Matticat Road, here with John. Pools are very rare in Matticat compared to other areas of the island. This is because Matticat residents love the natural setting, the open, wide spaces, the quiet. So it's no surprise Matticat has its own stricter pool regulations. It helps preserve all of these things. And having a pool right on the coastal bank, highly visible from Pops Lane, possibly from Heather Creek, will destroy all of these incredible Matticat attributes. So we really beg the HDC to require this pool to be moved further back from the bank and tucked in among the surrounding structures to help preserve old Matticat. Thank you.
Thank you. Who was it up?
Paul Moran, I think.
No,
probably, too.
Ryan Douglas.
The attorney.
Okay, Ryan, you had something you want to say on the pool?
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly just mention again that, you know, this is the first time that the pool has actually been brought up to the board's attention here. And in addition, you know, I heard a lot of talk about how the pool is absolutely going to be visible from Pops and absolutely visible from the creek. I'm sorry, but I haven't seen any plans or engineering plans that would suggest that were presented by Miss Williams. So I also, there was a lot of discussion about Concom and ZBA. Let's just stay focused on what's before us here in this jurisdiction of the HCC. Thank you.
Okay.
Reminding us.
Yep, okay, thanks.
I
Good.
believe, is Paul Moran up there?
Bruce Mandel.
Oh, Bruce Mandel.
Oh, Bruce. Is he unmuted?
Yeah, I'm trying to get him to.
Sometimes it's hard for him to do that.
There it is.
Thank you. I've been listening very carefully. First of all, this whole development is quite out of character for the neighborhood. But we've advanced to the point where we're talking about a pool. Now, I'm hoping that all the commissioners have had a chance to go to the site and view not only the ridgeline poles and posts, but also the entire site with all these lovely plants shown on the plan which don't exist. This pool in this location is totally out of character for Nantucket and particularly for this area of Nantucket. It clearly will be visible from not only Pops, but from Hither Creek. And with the pool in use, with lights on, way past 10, 11 o'clock at night, and the noise, this is totally out of character and out of place for this location. And we would like to say that our review committee has reviewed this, and we just find this kind of a Nantucket destructive location and proposal. And we would hope that that pool, if it's going to be built, will be built in a different location. Please help us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Is that it? Yes. Okay. To the board, same board comments.
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I do think it needs to move between some of the structures for sure. And if it doesn't, I helped Randy with his pool on Tennessee, and we had to put it in a deck so you wouldn't see it. And that's another option because the railing will mitigate that it's even there. So preferably out of sight,
4 options.
otherwise incorporate it into something.
Okay, Val, thanks. Who's next?
Just because we're working on, because we did option C, can we, is there any way to make that bigger?
Can we zoom in on C?
That's
Yeah,
yours.
that's,
And what we've thrown up is maybe pulling it back so it's behind the garage you just approved, so it's back in here.
That, I don't think, for me, is a location. I'd like to see it between the structures.
Okay. Thanks, Val. Abby, you are,
don't know.
Speak up, come on.
do you want me to try somebody else?
I think it, like Val just said, I think it should be between 2 structures. It's just so wide open there, and when you add the vegetation, I don't want to change the streetscape, so I'd like to hear what other people think.
Okay.
I can go.
Angus, were you?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You ready?
Sure.
Okay.
So typically when we see a landscape plan like this with all the vegetation, it's like, oh, okay, it won't be seen, but it's really sort of open and barren. So I kind of think that a proposal for the pool should probably be staked out after these buildings are here to really get an idea of the amount of visibility, but sort of dealing with it abstractly without anything being planted. I probably agree with Val as well, is that it should be between buildings. And definitely not visible. I appreciate the modesty in size of the pool. I mean, we deal with things that are 16 by 40, so it's relatively small, but we want to maintain the character of the landscape here. So that's what I have. Thanks.
Okay. Angus, thank you. Connie?
Yeah, I was going to say something similar. It's not a very large pool, 10 by 12. So I'm hoping that it can somehow get tucked in somehow, or behind a building, or between the buildings, just to kind of, mitigate the view. And, maybe once everything is built, then it, can be more visualized. I'm not sure, but Yeah, I was just hoping to tuck it in or bring
that's
it
me,
in
Val.
a little bit.
Okay, Connie, thank
Thank
you. Those are my sentiments. Let's let the architecture do the lion's share of the screening, you know. I know that you can do that, Mark.
So maybe,
sorry.
there was a comment, I think Angus maybe mentioned it, you know, maybe what we do is once we go into construction, these structures are up, we do a staking of the 10 by 12 footprint and
Oh,
bring it
boy,
back.
well, you
Is that-
know, there's no surer way of judging something's visual impact than that.
Sure, right? And I think we will be proposing it probably tight to the backside of the garage you just approved.
Yeah.
With screening in place, and it'll be much easier for the board to review at that point.
Okay, so I think we'll just hold for revisions and
Yeah.
wait to hear back from you.
Okay, we'll take the swimming pool off the table.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Well, if we do
Or-
a hold for revisions, he can wait
Yeah.
however long he wants to
Okay,
wait. and
I'll make
get back to
a
us.
motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, thanks. That was Abby's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? All right, okay, there we go.
Thank you.
That's Pops Lane. Now we have 85 Vestal, and I saw you packing, Val, right?
Well,
Oh, no, you're on it, actually.
Only because my computer died, so I just put that in the back.
Okay.
Shut off.
Let's see. Okay, so me, Abby, Val, Angus, Connie.
And I'm
I
here,
had
yeah.
sent a comparison of the two
So
today
Yes.
for people to see.
you're actually free to go if you want. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I got it. Oh, right. That's fine, yeah. Okay, Uri, let's see. The new dwelling.
For major suite, right?
Sorry?
I'm Alex Karras, the landowner,
Oh, hi.
here with Yuri.
Yep.
I just wanted to, start by saying when, before this drawing started, we really took 3 subject properties into consideration for this neighborhood, which was 79 Vestal, 81 Vestal, and 89 Vestal. And the consideration was the size of the dwellings and the retaining walls used on this area of the island because of the slope of the landscape. And we knew that retaining walls are not very popular. And so
That's true.
when designing 85, the consideration we took was that, 81 has a substantial retaining wall, 89 has an extremely substantial retaining wall, so we wanted to be smaller than both of those in our first revision. And also was, very important to us, to consider the views from the public roadways. And lower, on Duke's Road below us, we've staked the property for the previous revisions, but in Duke's Road below us, there was several feet of, the stake that you could see, and we had proposed to put in birches and evergreens, to eliminate some of that. And why birches and evergreens? So it would be year-round coverage. And if you go one lot over and look up at 89 Vestal, you just see this enormous building that has, leafy vegetation. So, during several months of the year, that's all you can see is this massive building. So I want to share that because there's been a lot of thought and energy, put into the design, not just, coming up with, this structure. So with that, brings us to where we are today
Okay.
with these new revisions.
Okay. What are the revisions?
Oh, well, are you going to walk
So,
through the
yeah, now
revisions, or is Uri?
Well, I think it's hard to tell because there was nothing to compare.
The revisions are, the main revision is that we rotated the building along the Vestal
Yeah.
Street and kept it as close to Vestal as possible. It's not extending down the slope. It's more like along the same height elevation of the lot. And then we put the garage further back and lower, and then also rotated the pool, made the cabana smaller, and followed the grade a little better, which allowed us to have less retaining walls, of course. And we didn't do any changes to the house because we actually never discussed it, and we were okay with the architecture of the house, except the location. Yeah, so we tried to make the lot less crowded and rotating. The main thing is we're discussing the house now and the lot, so that's the main change. And also, actually, as Alex mentioned, there is vegetation around it on the north side and on the west side also.
So, is that it, Uri?
Yes.
Okay. So one thing, like, I'm thinking that I see fairly substantial changes here,
The building.
but a few things, just in terms of what is helpful for us as a board and something that we generally require, is to have the previous submission on the same page, south elevation previously, south elevation currently. So what we're looking at right now is like nothing's bubbled. I know intuitively that you moved the house and the garage is set further back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so all that's making sense to me, but it's hard to weigh this next to what we left off with the last time you were in, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it almost like a new application because we completely changed it.
Oh, you did that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Faded
you
away.
should hire her. She's good.
I know.
She put them side by side.
And she sent me it.
Okay, well, all right, well, wow, Val, I'm gonna, in my little book, I'm gonna give you a star for tonight. A gold star. No, I know, absolutely, positively. So, do you want to start? Like,
Well, do you want to hear from the
mean,
neighbors first?
oh,
Oh,
right.
let the neighbors speak.
Okay, yes, okay. So, yeah, Linda, you first. Then we'll get to the neighbors.
All they did was flip it around. The same issues are there. Overdeveloped. The screening's going to be all ripped down. I don't know why there were stairs going down towards Lovejoy's place, just below it. He's up there, but he sent in 2 letters, and he objects to this strenuously as the one underneath it with this monster retaining wall and steps to nowhere going towards the back of his property. It doesn't make any sense. Number 2, the grading is normally done by a surveyor. You put me through the ringer with 47 Milk and my guy next door and some of my other guys further down the street.
I didn't personally, but yes.
Not personally, but this board, and even when I was sitting there, we made them give a surveyed plan of the grades, of how this follows the grade or does not follow the grade, and the cut and fill, which is not here by a surveyor. And this is a very difficult site because it's level up with Duke's up there at the top. But as you move back towards, I guess, the west, move back away from Vestal towards Duke, it's a nightmare going over that hill. That retaining wall is still ridiculous. It doesn't, this whole thing doesn't follow the grade. They're trying to put 20 pounds of potato in a 10-pound sack. Lovejoy is on there, but he's got his letters in the file. I know there are another abutter here. It's a very rural environment. I forgot what the colors were, but I think they're white, which it should not be. That structure is that bloated. It's a full 2-story structure. Still has high eaves. It still goes basically setback to setback between the 2 structures. I don't understand some of it. Dimensions overall on the length was not on the plan. It conveniently does not give the length overall because I couldn't find it, or it could be just this program the town is using, but I could not find it, nor the width. I got the height somewhere between 27 on one part and 29 on another part. I had to enlarge it to get that. So there are a lot of concerns about this whole program, including the pool and everything else that's going on up there. But we do agree with what Holly proposed, and she says the 3D view, they can help and sometimes they can hurt you. The 3D view is very telling that there has not been substantial changes to the design or grade issues. There are 2 entrances and the design does not reflect building with Nantucket in mind at all. There's no additive massing, and they're not allowed 2 curb cuts without planning board approval. That's their problem. So it's just been reworked, moved around, camouflaged, and it's still got the same problems that it had before. And I represent the neighbor to the south, I guess, it's 89.
Across the street?
No, right next to it, on the left. If you're standing in the street, the guy in the left.
Okay.
By the way, there are no
Oh,
two
yeah,
curb cuts.
I see.
If you want to hear our comments. Well, can I
Yeah.
just say
There are no
one
two
little
curb
thing?
cuts,
Sorry.
Linda.
We can't tell.
Just as
Okay,
a
thank you,
neighbor down
Linda.
the street.
Carrie?
I just have 2 things. I would beg you all to drive down and see the clear cut. There's probably a 30-foot drop from Vestal Street down to the bottom of this property. This is not representing any sensitivity to a 30-foot drop. They're going to need to have retaining walls at the front side of it, where Vestal Street is, let alone on the backside to Duke's Road. I'm afraid that number 81 is where that 9-foot retaining wall is. And granted, they were able to hide it, but the neighbor had to take on the hiding of that 9-foot wall at 81 Duke, or 81 Vestal, that's on Duke's. That's not up to the neighbor to have to hide a retaining wall. And I'm afraid that this is going to be the exact same scenario, but worse, because they've chosen a plateau at a higher level than reality. And I just beg you to also make them get a surveyed plan. The ridge poles were up already. It's not about that. It's about the level of grade.
Because now they've cleared more of it.
You're all set? Okay, Linda, you've spoken.
Yep.
Okay.
You guys, just begging you to go look at it now.
All right. I think we can turn it over to the board now. Well, it's everybody at the table, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone at the table.
I'm happy to start.
Great. Thank you, Angus.
Well, after seeing this, I probably close to half a dozen times, I was so relieved to see a different configuration facing the street. But my concerns are still the same about how close the main structure is to Vestal. And I think because of the siding and massing, it's frivolous to get into details, but a balcony and French door on the facade is just not appropriate. And the concerns about the grading and all of that's all behind the facade, and I can leave that to others to talk about. Thank you.
Angus, thank you. Who's next? A hush fell over the room.
I could
Oh,
go.
Abby,
Okay.
thank you.
So I agree with Angus. When I first saw this, I thought, oh, thank God, there's a new orientation. And, but my other thought was that there just may be too much agenda on this. Maybe you do have a main house. Maybe there is a very small pool tucked away somewhere. Maybe you don't need a large guest cottage, a cabana, a swimming pool, a big driveway. All of that's got to be done in consideration to the landscape. And maybe the main house isn't that big. Otherwise, this is a very difficult site, and the retaining walls, it's going to be the same as the house next door. I do like the idea of just one large house, or not large, but one house parallel to Vestal Street instead of the main house, the garage, and then, everything. I think it's got to be, I think we have to keep working on it. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
All right.
I have been consistent on saying that it's too much for this piece of property. I thank you, Val, for sending me how we move the buildings around, but I still think that, as Abby just said, it's too much on this property. We need a cross-section, we need to see retainage. And, looking at it, it's all hardscaped. The whole center, there's no green, except maybe on the outside of the properties, but it just needs to be really thoughtfully reworked somehow. Thank you.
Connie, thank you. Let's see, is that you, Val? Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say some things that are positive. I appreciate, I think, the reorientation of the structures, with the main building being more akin to Duke's and farther away from the hill. I think that worked in your favor, and that perhaps, to Abby's point, things in relation to that could be downscaled a little. I'm so happy that the building isn't trailing down and dropping and having huge facades and walkout. That all is positive, and yeah, I think this is a better orientation, and maybe with a scaled, as you said, surveyed site plan to show exactly what's there and how it's going to play out. This is better, moving in a better direction. I think just sort of downsizing everything a little bit will just add to it being more favorable.
Val, thank you. So I actually think that this is a major change, which I appreciate. I see house, at the road, guest house set as a separate element further down the hill, and then the little outdoor shower thing, like the smallest piece further yet down the hill. Far less retainage than we saw in the earlier things. That L that was hanging on to the backside of the main house, for me, was the most troubling aspect of the whole project, because by the time it got down the hill, it was like 3 stories tall. We don't see that anymore. That's gone. So I feel comfortable now, like with the general configuration of the property. I think you're working with the grade rather than against it. In terms of what we're theoretically reviewing right now, which is the main house, I can say the thing that I find sort of like the most difficult part of this design is the fact that as you look at the house from the front, you've got single story, story and a half, full 2 stories. It's like this, small to large, when we'd rather have it going, smaller on the outside and large on the middle. In other words, like the central mass ideally should be the tall one, not the one on the right-hand side. So the fact that I'm giving you that amount of detail on the design of the house itself is basically to say that I feel pretty comfortable that, given the configuration of the buildings and the pool and the amenities of the site, the way they are now, you're going to be much better off, like, moving forward. So Those are my comments.
Mr. Chairman, can we get a surveyed plan? Because I know
Yeah,
it
can I
affects
just ask, like,
Lovejoy
you're gonna
and the
need a
next door.
surveyor at some point. Is there any reason we don't have a surveyed plan?
There's a
He's
30-foot drop.
working on it, so we'll
What?
get it. Yeah, we can probably should be able to submit it next time because he's working on it.
You know,
Don Bracken.
if you're gonna build this, you're gonna need a surveyor to certify the height of the building and.
And the grades
you know,
and the cut and
set
fill.
the foundation and all that stuff. It would be nice to see a surveyed plan.
Because I know Mr. Lovejoy below the hill really wants this as well, so does my
All right,
client.
well, this isn't for Mr. Lovejoy necessarily.
Well, he's
It's
right
for-
underneath it.
That's fine, well, yeah. Okay, but anyway, I think it's just a good idea in general.
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions and more information, specifically a section through the property that is
Good idea.
from a surveyor.
Okay. All those, oh, look at that. We still have a minute left.
I gotta go.
Deliberate.
We gotta go.
Will the other three get
Oh, I'm
held with
kidding.
us?
Okay, so there's the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed, and the rest of it will track. Okay?
Thank you.
Just in time.
Just in time. Oh,
Yes, please. Did you read them?
yeah, let's.
July 1, July 8th, and July 29th.
Who? Somebody want to do the honors?
I didn't look at any of them because I was sorry.
Do we want to hold those?
I'll make a motion to hold the minutes till next
Yeah,
week
okay.
and a motion to adjourn.
Oh, all those in favor of Abby's motion?
She means
Aye.
business.
See what happens when Stephen leaves?
Yeah, we just
We wind up
babble.
going right to the end of our timeline.